ask you all please to stand up as Jesse Camacho and Alexis Mendez from Walker Elementary School. If you're here, come forward. Madam Clerk, do you know if they're here? Come forward and take the microphone and bring it down. Give us your name, and you guys know what to do. Just pull it down. Just pull the whole thing. Yeah, there you go. Now both get close to the microphone and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. Our names are Jesse Camacho
and Alexis Mendez. At this time, we would like to invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you can remain standing. Rupert Vega, are you here? Our police chaplain, please go ahead. Thank you for the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you could please bow your heads for prayer, please. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you today to give you honor and glory and praise. Lord, you are the source of all that is good and all of our blessings. We thank you for our wonderful city, Santa Ana, our honorable mayor, city council, chief of police and staff. We thank you for the opportunity to come and gather together this day. And we ask for your hand of blessing to be upon tonight's meeting and proceedings. We thank you for your unending love and wisdom, and we ask that you would guide and direct our meeting so that it'll be full of wisdom, it'll be productive, and with respect towards one another. Thank you for helping us accomplish our work and our goals this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. Susan Wathen, if you can please come forward, as well as Ron Ono. Please come join me at this time. Susan Wathen, is she here? You're not here? Come around. Come around here, Susan. You've been with us since December 18th, 1989. Susan Wathen, as she approaches, has a distinguished 25-year career, and she really doesn't, I think she wants to come here, but no, you have to come here. She's trying to avoid this at all costs. She's been here 25 years in the Personnel Services Agency. She was hired as a senior office assistant back in December 18th of 1989. She was promoted to personnel service specialist on May 1st of 1990 and promoted to senior personnel service specialist September 17th, 1990. Throughout her career, she's been recognized for her efficiency, thoroughness, professionalism, self-discipline, accuracy, and reluctance. No, I made that up. I made that up. It was good, but I made it up. For the majority of her career, Susan processes recruitments. She's prepared eligible lists and processed requests for certification to fill city department vacancies. She kept recruitment statistics for personnel and provided statistical data for use by the police department's background unit. She developed a process for tracking performance evaluations. Susan was the personal agency's representative on the first citywide records retention team established back on October 8, 1993, and she was responsible for the identification, listing, microfilming, scanning, and or purging of recruitment and personnel files through May 2011. In June 2011, Susan was transferred to the Risk Management Division, She processed payments for invoices, prepared liability claims, purged files, identified lists, and boxed up closed workers' compensation files for purging. You get to purge a lot of things. Makes more room. Susan, they don't say anything else about you here. What do you like to do? Purge.
Yes, they think that's what I like.
They think that's what you like to do, but normally they say something else. Would you like me to add anything?
I did retire in December, so.
She retired in December, so now she's, after 25 years, she's enjoying her retirement
And purging things at home.
and purging things at home. Do you still have a husband? You haven't purged your husband. Well, since you haven't purged him, he's been with you all this time, he deserves to stand up. Can you please stand to be recognized? There he is. Good man. Thank you. From behalf of the City Council, it is my pleasure to present this to you, Susan. All the wonderful, wonderful work, all the wonderful years here, we much appreciate your efforts. Thank you. They want a photo. They want a photo.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Ron Ono. You haven't retired yet, right? Good. Yes. Standing next to me is an institution here in California. He began on December 2nd, 1969. Remember, where were you in 69 if you were born in 69? A lot of you were not born yet, but if you were born in 69, right around the 2nd of October, Ron Ono was here in Santa Ana, and he was offered a landscape technician job. At the same time, he was also offered a job to work for Caltrans as a landscape draftsman. And fortunately, he chose Santa Ana. And instead of doing freeway landscaping, he's become the prominent landscape architect here. And for 45 years, he's been designing parks. He has dedicated many years of service to add to the beautiful recreational open space for all us to enjoy. If you see more trees in Santa Ana, this man is responsible more than anybody else for making it a beautiful place. And when we are such a dense city, the fourth densest city in America, behind Chicago and in front of Boston, trees really, really matter. Whether they're landscape medians or parks, Ron has been there. When Ron started, the President of the United States was Richard Nixon. When he started, the city manager here in the city of Santa Ana was Carl Thornton. The only way many of us know Carl Thornton is because there's a park named after him, but I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but Ron worked for him. City Hall was located on Main Street, over where BGWB is now, right? Right there off of Main and 3rd Street. And Columbus was still alive. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's like a few hundred years off. He was promoted multiple times, but it does say that they were wearing bell bottoms, and women were wearing mini skirts. Did you ever wear bell bottoms?
Yes, those are the good old days.
He says those were the good old days. He was promoted multiple times after the good old days. And in 2004, he was promoted to Administrative Services Manager, where he oversees the park's budget and accounting section, park maintenance, general maintenance, park project planning. He's a wealth of history, and he's very, very creative. He's dedicated. He's a caring human being, and anybody that ever comes in contact with Ron Ono leaves with a smile. because no matter what the issue is, this guy is cool, calm, and collected, even if he's not wearing his bell bottoms. But you have to bring a picture in a city hall next time so we can put it up on the wall. Do you have a photo?
I don't think so.
All right. All right, well, I tried. Ron started his education over in East Los Angeles, attending and earning an AA degree in architecture from East Los Angeles College. He went to get a Bachelor of Science in Landscape Architecture from Cal Poly Pomona, and he's continued learning, always advancing his love of design. When he first started working in Santa Ana 45 years ago, he was placed in a small park office, and he used a wooden door placed, it says, by a carpenter on some sawhorses as a drafting table. So you had a door as a drafting table? Has Gerardo updated you ever since?
I had to bring my own tools.
You had to bring your own tools. Well, Gerardo, he's very thrifty. He squeezes everything on behalf of the city here. After his first day, said you were ready to quit after your first day? Why?
Because I had a small little dark office.
He had a small little dark office with a couple of wooden horses and a door as a drafting, and he said, I'm quitting. But I'm glad you didn't, because now look what happened. 45 years later, you're still here. But it says you adjusted and you began doing really good work. Ron served as the state's landscape architect examination board. He also served on the Parks Design Awards Committee for the California Parks and Recreational Society. Ron's park designs have been recognized both nationally and statewide. He's an active member of the American Society of Landscape Architects. Ron is known to be very focused, always going the extra mile. He imparts a perspective on park use that has served us very well. He also places the highest priority in neighborhood park needs and believes that staff proactively communicating with park users in a consistent and dedicated way maintains a positive, safe, and wholesome environment in our parks. He's also known as a very easy guy who is very approachable. He was born in Hilo, Hawaii, and he grew up in Honolulu.
Correct.
You still go back there?
Every year.
Every year. He came to California to go to college and developed a love for muscle cars. It says he's had many muscle cars throughout the years, including a 67 Mustang.
Correct.
Did you race around town? Yes, okay. Well, not ask where or how fast you were going. A 69 Roadrunner. A 72 Charger. A 73 Corvette. And you still have the Corvette.
Still have the Corvette.
You still race around town.
I got married in Tame.
You were married, and she tamed. You got married
After the Corvette.
after the Corvette. But you said tamed.
Now I drive a van.
Now you drive a van, and slowly. But you're happily married,
That's correct.
and you're happy to work here at the city.
I love it.
You're not thinking about quitting like the first day. All right. Probably it says the most exciting moment was when he rolled his Mustang, the car, and arrived without hurting himself, and survived it without hurting himself or anybody else. So you did used to race around town. Wow. His wife, Emiko, and his beagle and cat are currentally enjoying having Ron redesign their yard with drought-tolerant landscaping and a rock what is that?
Bioswale.
Bioswell. What is that?
It's a rock, dry stream that collects water.
It's a dry stream that collects water. It says their daughter, Kimiko, and her husband have two boys, Tyler, who is 10, Casey, who is 8. It says Ron is an involved grandpa helping Tyler and Casey in their many sporting activities. Are any of them present? It says that your brother Harold lives in San Francisco with your sister Vicky living in Hawaii. It says you enjoy visiting Las Vegas.
Right. Once a year.
Once a year. Every year.
Every year.
But you don't seem like a gambler. look, he's very, very mild. But maybe he dresses up when he goes to Vegas, but we'll leave that alone. Okay, he says he has an annual pilgrimage to Hawaii to visit Fuji.
And that's my mom.
Oh, Fuji's your mother. And she is she's 90 years old and she's doing well. God bless her. That's beautiful. That's a blessing, Ron. Also, it says you enjoyed spending time with her and fixing up her house. You ought to do landscaping there, too.
I did.
You did? Okay. Look, it's been 45 years, and I said, this is an institution in California because you can go around, states and cities across America. You're not going to find another Ron Ono. 45 years and doing such a great job, doing it with so much love and caring and improving the city every single day. We're blessed to have Ron in our midst, and hopefully you're going to bless us with more years, Ron, and you're beyond your racing days, and you're not rolling cars anymore, and you've been tamed, and you're now in a van. But maybe when you go to Hawaii, you still, ride a bike or something, right? Good. Anything else I should add?
Just my Parks and Rec family are out there.
All right, where's the Parks and Recs family? Please stand up. You're part of Ron's family. You're part of the family.
45-year-old crush.
I've never given out a 45-year award to anybody, Ron, so please later tell us what staff put in here. But it's got to be something really nice because it's heavy, and it's got your name on top. And then Gerardo put this beautiful collage together. It says Ron Ono, 45 years, City of Santa Ana, and the Parks and Recs Community Services Agency. And what I'd like to do is maybe council members, if you would, let's come down for a photo with Ron because it's 45 years. And could be that it's tough. I don't know when the next 45-year will come around. Some will retire before then. You're a true, a beautiful man. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you.
Truly, if you haven't met Ron yet, figure some issue up, make a point of it, call him up and see him because he is an extraordinary human being. We all need to learn from Ron Ono. And we also need to learn from Alejandra Garcia Williams. And Alejandra, if you're here, please come on forward. Standing to my right is an exceptional individual who has served the community here in Santa Ana and really throughout Orange County for the last few years in a very, very significant manner. She's been the Consul de Mexico. It's a consulate position representing the Mexican government here in Santa Ana and in Orange County. But she's been much more than that. She's been just an open heart and a wonderful human being, caring for the community day in and day out. There's between 500, almost 1,000 people that come to her office every day with all sorts of problems, from documentation to trying to find out information to seeking guidance. And she's always taking up causes to help people. You know, sometimes there might be a family member that passed away and they're trying to get the body back to Mexico for burial and nobody will help. Well, Alejandra Garcia Williams will help. Sometimes there might be somebody that, you know, that needs a birth certificate and they're trying to find it and search for it, and it's going to take extra time and effort to find it. She'll make the effort to, you know, to make that occur. Sometimes it might be an American businessman that needs a 99 visa to be able to do work in Mexico and be able to get all their tax credits in order and all that. She'll go out of her way to help that individual and to improve business between the U.S. and Mexico. You know, she, like I, was born in Mexico City, Mexico. Upon graduation from high school, she participated in a student exchange program in Belgium, and she returned to Mexico a year later to begin studies at the Universidad Iberoamérica, which is in Mexico City, where she completed a BA in International Relations. In 1994, Consul Garcia Williams was assigned to the Mexican Embassy in the U.S. by assessor to Secretary of Foreign Affairs Fernando Solana, and then from December 2007 through November 2009, she served as Deputy Consul General in San Francisco. And then in December 2009, Consul Garcia Williams began her current position, which is Consul of Mexico here in Santa Ana. And, you know, she has done so many amazing things through those years, you know, forums, you know, entertaining dignitaries, you know, representing the community. I want to recognize her in a moment, but before I do that, let me tell you, today is a happy day in a way for us because she recently inaugurated a beautiful new office here in Santa Ana. The Secretary of State from Mexico, Mr. Jose Luis Mir, was here with us opening that office. And now, unfortunately, she's been given another position, and in the State Department in Mexico, like other State Departments, they move you around every few years. So now she's got a new assignment. So she's going to be leaving us here in Santa Ana, which is why we're sad. But she's not going real far. She's now going to be in charge of the office in Sacramento, so she'll still be within California. And, you know, she's going to be missed here. So let me have her say a few words. Then I want to present her a key to the city. Please, Alejandra.
Thank you, Miguel. After Mr. Ono, I feel like I have no career at all. But I do. And I want to say thank you because it has been an honor. It still is because I'm not living. Because you know, in Mexico, you get nominated by the president, but you have to go through Senate to be ratified. So, till then, I'm still consul here in Santa Ana, and I will be till that happens. I want to say thank you, because all the city, always, you, all my friends, Martinez, Tinajero, Sarmiento, Benavides, Reina, and Amezcua. See, my memory? I have a wonderful memory, huh? For being 35, this is great memory. So they have always been helping the consulate, not only the council members, but also all the authorities in Santa Ana and in Orange County, because it's not an easy job. And yes, as Mayor Pulido was saying, we receive at least 500 people every day at the consulate. And we do many things, from documents to health to education, and in those issues, this council has been very helpful to strengthen our community and the community in general, and also to enrich the relation that we have, OC, Mexico, Santa Ana, Mexico. So it has been really a pleasure. And now I am so very happy that finally, after 25 years, we have such a wonderful building, that we found something really for our Mexicans, for the many people we have here in Orange County. And Mayor Pulido was recently, Thursday, the Minister of Foreign Relations was here to inaugurate the building. So I think that's very important, because Santa Ana, it's a very relevant capital. And you know that 70% maybe are Mexicans or from Mexican origin. So I think it's very important to do a good job and to leave something behind. So I am very honored. I'm so glad I have you all, not only as people that have been helping my community, but as friends that have given so much to Mexico. Thank you very much.
Alejandra, this is a key to the city because you have opened our hearts, and we're going to miss you. We're also going to miss your daughter and your husband. Your husband is French speaking, and whenever I'm with him, we get a chance to practice French, and you speak as well. And we're just going to miss you for all the good work that you've done here in the community. Thank you. Gracias, Alejandra. Gracias. ¿Quieres saludarlos a todos, ya que sabes todos los nombres? Sí, todos los nombres. Now I'm going to have our Mayor Pro Tem, Vince Sarmiento, do the following presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as we have Adriana de la Rosa come and join us up here on stage, if you don't mind coming up, Adriana. And as our consulate leaves, there's so many more things that we could say. I think the mayor was very, very concise in his words, but what he didn't mention are some of the work that we've done together. We put on a Fiestas Patrias every year that brings in 250,000 people here into town. She helps us with the parade. She helps us with so many different things in the city that go unsaid that we could go on and on, but it's really going to be a great, great loss to us when you do go off to Sacramento, but it is considered a promotion, which is a good thing. And so hopefully you'll take some of our hearts with you, our experiences, and our blessings with you, because in the time I've been on the council, I've been through, I guess it'll be 3 with you. You're the 3rd consulate that I've worked with here, and they've all been a pleasure to work with. They've all been very professional, but Alejandra really did her job with a different sort of approach, and she really brought the consulate to the people and brought a new venue to everybody. And I think what she wanted to do was to make sure that everybody who stepped into that building not only received good service and good delivery of service, but I think was just received with dignity and with respect. So with that, thank you for all that you do, Alejandra. Thank you for all that you do. And as we say farewell to some of our friends, we also want to welcome some friends as well and some new folks into the city. And Adriana de la Rosa is one of those, and she's our new she is the new Chief Executive Officer over at the Delhi Center. So her and I had a recent chance to meet right before the holidays, and she's been on the job for a little while now. But as you all know, that center is a very special place in the city as well. It's on the south end of town, it's in my ward, and it's probably in one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city. And there is so much service delivery going on there that it's a very, very important place. And I wanted you to get to know her, so I invited her down here so she could speak to us, kind of introduce herself to the community and introduce herself to the public. But I want to give you a little bit of background about Adriana before she comes and takes the microphone. Adriana was born in Guadalajara, Mexico, and she was raised in South Central Los Angeles. After high school, she was accepted to Princeton, where she graduated in 1995. Then she attended and graduated law school. So she's an attorney, and we won't hold that against you because they don't hold that against me. So that's okay. Adriana served as an executive director at the South Central Los Angeles Ministry Project, a nonprofit organization that addressed the needs of immigrant families through a variety of community programs. In August 2014, Adriana was appointed the CEO of the Delhi Center and is now responsible for advancing Delhi's mission and is responsible for the operation and the program oversight at the center. She's obviously made a big career decision by coming into Santa Ana, but we think it's the right one. We're, I think, blessed to have her because she comes with such good credentials, coming from Princeton, going to law school, having had experience in a nonprofit in South Central. But I think we all remember what Delhi was like years ago. And when it started off as just a concept, as something that we only imagined, and now it's this very busy center. And I want to thank outgoing CEO Armando de la Libertad, who's been a friend of the city's as well. He was the government affairs representative for Wells Fargo before he took on the role as CEO at the Delhi Center. So he leaves us as Adriana comes in, but we know we have high hopes for her because the center does so many good things. It provides services for seniors, services for youth. It's got a Head Start program, but one of the elements of its mission that it just recently amended was to address economic development and teach people how to, become more financially secure, how to use savings and checking accounts, and just how to do basic things and how to navigate sometimes, what is a very complicated system for many recent arrival immigrants. So we really appreciate everything that the center has done, is doing, and will do under Adriana's leadership. So Adriana, with that, why don't you come to the microphone, give us a few words.
Thank you so much for welcoming me and for recognizing me. Thank you, Councilman Sarmiento, and the City Council, Mayor Pulido, and everyone else. I would love the opportunity to share more about myself, and that is important, and I hope to get to know many of you in the months and hopefully years ahead. But I think it's probably most important for me to share about the work that is being done at the Delhi Center. As Councilman Sarmiento shared, so much work gets done every day with families, and I want to share some details so that you will know more of what's going on there, and so that you will share with those that you know, especially those that are in the area or that have a need for these services. Since 1969, Delhi Center has truly been a beacon of hope and opportunity and a source of deep pride for the community. From its early beginnings as a small nonprofit effort housed in donated Marine barracks to its current existence as an influential center that provides a wide range of services and programs, Delhi Center has remained faithful to its mission and continues to be a strong presence in the community. For the past several years, Delhi Center programs have been focused on 4 key areas of service: health, education, financial stability, and community engagement. Each of these program areas allows us to create opportunities that keep us focused on the mission of building health and wealth in the community of Santa Ana. In the area of education, for example, programs range from our well-known Mathletics program, a tutoring program with a STEM education-based curriculum, to youth programs and services that develop creative expression, self-discipline, and build confidence in children, such as ballet and other dance classes, various music classes, such as guitar and piano lessons, as well as a variety of fitness classes. In the area of community engagement, for example, our core program is called Community Building Initiative. It allows our staff to gather and train large numbers of community residents in leadership development. We train local mothers, fathers, and some youth in implementing planning processes that lead to strategies for creating positive change in the community. This year, our resident group will address the issue of safety in our community, which, as we know, is a key focus for the city's strategic plan in the years ahead, by implementing strategies which they themselves developed in collaboration with representatives from the city, as well as law enforcement, school district, and other key partners. I recently met with our resident committee, and they are charged to continue this important work in 2015. In the area of health, our key program is our HIV/AIDS case management and wellness program, designed to promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being and providing critical resources to individuals living with HIV and those affected by it. HIV/AIDS program is well known and respected throughout the county, as we provide critical services in both English and Spanish. Other health programs include mobile clinics and a comprehensive referral system. And in the area of financial stability, which is a key area of focus for us, our flagship program is called SparkPoint OC. SparkPoint OC is a United Way created one-stop financial empowerment center. SparkPoint clients work with a case manager who creates a step-by-step plan to set and achieve personal financial goals for individuals and families. We meet the families where they are in terms of specific need, and we can provide personalized service for up to 3 years if necessary to help families overcome financial difficulty and begin to build a brighter financial future for their families. So whether it be by providing, improving credit, increasing income, or building assets, our goal is to serve the family and assist them where they are. It is truly an honor to lead this wonderful organization, which is the Delhi Center, and where any family with needs in any of these areas can come and access the resources needed, and to provide that support, hope, and opportunity. My deep thanks again for this honor and recognition. I am grateful and excited, and I am at your service as we partner to make Santa Ana an even greater city than it has always been. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriana, and you guys do so much over there that your plate is going to be very, very full. So I encourage all of you in the community, come and get to know Adriana, spend some time with her, spend some time with her staff, get to reintroduce yourself and let the center reintroduce itself to you. There's so many things that go on there, and it really is a beautiful, beautiful site. So under your stewardship, I know it's going to continue to do well, and we just wanted to give you a token of our gratitude and our way of welcoming you here to the city by giving you this certificate of recognition for being selected the Chief Executive Officer of the Delhi Center, which is such a special place here in town. So congratulations once again. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
And I think I'll stay up here because I have one more presentation to make, and that's to the Little Saigon Foundation for having their Christmas wish event here. So the board of the Little Saigon Foundation, please come on up and join me up on stage. You know, one of the things I love about this city is that we just celebrated Martin Luther King Day yesterday. We just gave the key to the city to the Mexican consulate, and we're having the Little Saigon Foundation recognized for the work that they do during Christmas. You know, we are truly blessed by being such a diverse, multicultural, and respectful city that we can, you know, share and celebrate different cultures, different efforts, and good things that are going on in the community from so many people from different backgrounds. And, you know, sometimes we think about communities that are very homogenous, are very similar, and you know, you don't have much diversity. That's something we just don't have. That's something, you know, that we are you know, have so much of, which is just folks that are different and come from different backgrounds. So, you know, I'm very blessed to be able to recognize just a couple of them here, and I know that you'll share in my thanks for them. You know, we have the board here from the Little Saigon Foundation. I know we're past Christmas and it's been a while, but it's never too late to say thank you. And what these folks do every year is provide toys to some very needy children and families. And it's something that, to me, you know, when I go out and I'll go out and see the distribution, and I'll see the line of kids and their smiles on their faces and the people working and all the volunteers there, it just fills your heart, because they do it right before, you know, Christmas. And for many of these families and for many of these children, it's the only toy they'll receive all season long. So this is a year-long effort. This is not something that's put together at the last moment, because there's thousands and thousands of kids that go there and wait in line to get their toys. And I just want to tell you a little bit about the foundation before we recognize them. It was established in 1997, and it's a Vietnamese community-based nonprofit organization which provides community services to the youth in Santa Ana and in the central Orange County area. All members of the Little Saigon Foundation are volunteers, and they come from different youth organizations and different individuals in the community. The foundation was organized, sponsored, and supported many programs like Camp for the Youth, Senior Appreciation Day, Moon Festival, and the Christmas Wish program, which is what we're celebrating and recognizing here tonight. The Christmas Wish event was specifically established in 1993, and it's a major annual charity toy distribution. And what it does, it's not just your typical, here's your toy, goodbye. There's music, there's gifts, there's celebration, and it really is a great theme because you spend the morning, you spend the day there, and you're met with people who have smiles, people who embrace you and thank you. And so those are all good things, and it's one of the largest charity events in the Vietnamese community in Southern California and Northern California, really anywhere. So I, just want to tell you a little anecdote. We do a toy distribution here in downtown as well, and we, my family and I just recently participated in it. We served about 1,800 children and families, and we give them a meal as well as a toy also, and try to provide some relief and just some good blessings for people here in the center of our town. But the Little Saigon Foundation, because we all receive toys from what's considered the Toy Collaborative, which is the umbrella organization for Toys for Tots, St. Vincent de Paul, and other charitable organizations, their donations have been very, very low. So many of those organizations went without toys because the donations weren't what they used to be in the past. Well, our distribution here in Santa Ana was at a very low amount that the Little Saigon Foundation not only donated hundreds of toys, but they also made a money donation as well of $2,000. Now, I don't know how many organizations out there not only do their own event, but say it's important enough to help out other events in cities like ours. So I know that they do a lot of hard work, and I just wanted to give them an opportunity for them to speak to you and for you to know about them because they help our residents, they help our children, and they help our families. So I just wanted you to give them a big round of applause on behalf of all of us and all the kids at Santa Ana. And I'll now give the floor to Ken Nguyen, who's not only a member of the Little Saigon Foundation, but he's also, are you still the chair of? Vice chair. He's the vice chair of our Parks and Recs Commission, and he's also the ambassador from the city to the Little Saigon community and the Vietnamese community here in Orange County. So Ken, the floor is yours.
Mayor and the council members of Santa Ana, we are very honored for this recognition this evening. I would like to encourage everybody to do your part, take small part in community service project. Just together we can build a better city, better community for us to work, to live, and to raise our children. Again, this recognition this evening would give every one of us, the member of the board of directors, also our volunteer, that added motivation to work harder to build a better community for all of us together to live. And also would like to take the moment to recognize the member of the Vietnamese Interfaith Council, the highest ranking religious leader in Little Saigon, the member of the Vietnamese Interfaith Council. Please stand to be recognized. Xin mời các quý vị hội đồng râu đứng nhập này. This is the highest ranking Vietnamese Interfaith Council. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving us listening.
Thank you, Ken. And and the members of the Interfaith Council represent all the major religions in the Vietnamese community. So we're very honored to have you here, and it's our privilege to have you in the People's House here in the city hall chambers here. So, Ken, why don't you receive this, and the whole board receive this on behalf of all of us on the City Council, thanking you and recognizing you for the Christmas Wish event, and thanking you for your commitment and dedication to serving all the community. So congratulations on behalf of all of us. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, and now we're going to go to our next presentation. Councilmember Amesco, I believe, and then after that, followed by Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can have the board members from Casa de Santiago and Morrison Park Neighborhood Associations, if you're present, if you can make your way up here. While they're making their way up here, I'm going to tell you a little bit about an event that took place December 13th. For more than 5 years, Casa de Santiago Neighborhood Association and Morrison Park Neighborhood Association have hosted an annual Snow and Santa party for neighborhood community members to enjoy. This year, the event was held on December 16th with over 400 people attending. In addition to 10 tons of fresh snow, the event also featured delicious food, beverages, a community dessert table, and a visit by Santa. There was also an arts and crafts table for children and a balloon twisting station. More than 15 members of Santa Ana's Youth and Government Organization helped coordinate the event. The Casa de Santiago Neighborhood Association and the Morrison Park Neighborhood Association also host an Easter egg hunt and a summer event together. It takes a tremendous amount of work to coordinate an event such as this, and I know because I did participate in it 1 year. My children loved it. It's a great family event to come out and play in the snow. And before I present the certificate, I would like to have one of the board members come up and say a few words, or both presidents.
Yes. Ed, my friend, is going to time me. I only get a minute and a half. Okay, if you see him doing this, cut me off. I'm Joanne Peterson, and I am the president of Casa de Santiago. And since 1988, I have been a resident there. We have 157 homes. We're located right on Bristol and Memory Lane. And during that time, I made some great decisions. One was to marry my husband, Terry McCall, and to move into Casa de Santiago. And during that time, I've made a lot of great friendships. By getting to be on the board, I've met some wonderful people. They're listed in your handout. There's so many people that are just so supportive of our little association. And during that time, we were fortunate enough to meet some board members from Morrison Park, and we've been very fortunate to put on some events, not only the snow, but other events during the year. Eric and I have always worked well together, and unfortunately, he has, we're going to have a new president. I've met her. She's fabulous. But Eric, we want to thank you from Casa de Santiago for your excellent help. It's great to work with you. So thank you for that. And also, during that time, Eric and I have always talked about this. We strongly recommend that you, as I know I see a lot of members from different associations, can get together and do other events. Try to seek another association to do an event because it keeps the costs down. The manpower is phenomenal. And there's resources. For example, Dennis Alderson here donates the snow. That's extremely expensive. Casa de Santiago wouldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Dennis. And other people donate food, and it's just a remarkable partnership. So keep that in mind when you're doing an event, to hook up with someone else, another association, because it really works. And in closing, I want to thank Chief Rojas for your tremendous help in all of our events. Your staff is phenomenal. I want to also thank Parks and Recs. They're so great at pushing along all the paperwork that is needed. It's just very non-stressful. And also Roman Reina and his Santa Ana Youth and Government. They're my sweat equity. They're phenomenal. So thank you for that. And now Eric.
Thank you, Joanna. And I think Joanna has pretty much covered the waterfront. A couple of things, though, that I would very much like to say. First of all, Dennis, would you step forward, please? Dennis Alderson is a lifetime resident of Santa Ana, and this business of furnishing 10 tons of snow for the children to play in has been underwritten by Dennis for over 15 years. This is not a flash in the pan. And he does this because he feels that it is important during the holidays for the neighborhoods to come together, all of the different families, and have a good time. And that is something that I think every neighborhood would wish they had a person that would feel that they could do that. We thank you, Dennis. I would also just like to take a moment to say that the neighborhood associations in this city are an important part of this city. And without exception, the neighborhood associations function on a completely volunteer basis. Those of you in the larger Santa Ana community, all you wonderful residents of Santa Ana, if you live in a neighborhood that has a neighborhood association, please make it a priority to support that association's activities, their goals, and their objectives. And for the residents who are currently living in a neighborhood that does not have a neighborhood organization, you could be the person that starts one and do your neighborhood a huge, huge favor. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to present these certificates of recognition to the Casa de Santiago Neighborhood Association and to the Morrison Park Neighborhood Association. I'd like to express our gratitude. Keep on doing the wonderful work you're doing. And I will give all of you the certificates so you can hand them out. But thank you. I believe Councilwoman Martinez is next.
Now I'm going to call on Councilmember Michelle Martinez.
If I could please have Mr. Luc Tang Nguyen, President of the Republic of the Vietnam Day Steering Committee, and the members of the Republic of the Vietnam Day Steering Committee, please join me. And Ken, please join us since you are ambassador to the Vietnamese community here for the city of Santa Ana. As they are approaching, I know Councilman Sarmiento is going to join us, but it's with great honor to present this proclamation here this evening. For their efforts in establishing on October 26 every year is the Republic of Vietnam Day in Santa Ana. So the Vietnamese community, as Councilman Sarmiento mentioned earlier, Santa Ana is a very diverse community. Yesterday we celebrated Martin Luther King Day. You know, we have a big Latino population here, and we also have really big presence here of the Vietnamese community and Korean community here in Santa Ana, but sometimes we tend to not realize what the numbers are. So I just wanted to share this with the public. More than 23,000 Vietnamese Americans reside in the city of Santa Ana. Vietnamese Americans have made a significant social, cultural, and economic contribution to our city, state, and nation as a whole. The Vietnamese community consists of many talented and successful members working in the fields of education, business, science, technology, finance, and many others. The steering committee of the Republic of Vietnam Day resolution led the efforts designated October 26 every year as the Republic of Vietnam Day in order to recognize the sacrifices and contributions the Army, elected, and government officials and families made during Vietnam War and thereafter. In the United States, the sacrifices of more than 58,000 American soldiers, in addition to millions of former servicemen and servicewomen during the Vietnam War, should be recognized and appreciated and honored. I do also want to recognize that Council Member Chris Pham from Garden Grove was here, and Senator Lou Correa wanted to be here as well. Unfortunately, they were not able to, but they told me to please say, congratulate all of you for the hard work that you guys do here in our community. And Councilman Sarmiento is right beside me. So before I present the proclamation, one, I want to thank the committee for bringing this information, this resolution to our attention so we can do this proclamation before all of you, because I have to tell you that, I hope that next year that the mayor and council is hearing me, that in 2016, we will be able to bring the TEP Festival to Santa Ana. We need to make a commitment. And so I think it's something, I see the noddings of the heads of yes, there's going to take some budget changes and allocations, but I think our commitment to the Vietnamese community in Santa Ana is something that we want to make sure that we're able to bring the TEP Festival here next year, and hopefully all of you will get to celebrate it here in Santa Ana with the rest of the residents. And now I'm just going to, I know Councilman Sarmiento has been very supportive, and he also helped me and our staff bring this proclamation here before all of you for you to receive. Councilman Sarmiento? Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento.
Mayor Pro Tem. It's all right. It's all right. I get demoted all the time. When I'm home, my wife demotes me. She just calls me, get that. That's my name at home. Well, I saw the city manager's head nodding a little bit too, so that's who we'll be talking with. But look, I kind of said a little bit of background when I was recognizing the Little Saigon Foundation, but this is a very, very significant recognition. I want to thank my colleague, Councilwoman Martinez, because and I want to apologize to the community and many of the members of the foundation and of the board, because we did this actually and adopted it before the holidays. And so it was right after the election. Everybody was a little busy. We were winding things up for the year, so it got by us. But we thought this was important enough to bring it back and actually have everybody here, because I know when I got emails after the holidays, they're saying, well, look, Garden Grove already did it, Westminster already did it. How about you guys? When are you guys going to do it? And we started looking around and we said, well, we did this already. We did this in November. So the good thing is that we were one of the first cities to do it, because we know that the significance of it is so important. For many of us, we take our liberties and our freedoms for granted. And to many of our veterans who come to us to the podium and speak to us about impacts to veterans, that's when we started thinking about it. But to these folks here, freedoms and democracy and liberty, those are things that are precious that they had to fight for. So we applaud them and we welcome them to our community because they are so important to the city. As Michelle was mentioning, there's so many folks here now from Vietnam that call Santa Ana their home. It's part of our culture now to go eat Vietnamese food, to smell the smells, to listen to the music, to understand the culture. And it's very important for us to realize that we're a multicultural city. And it's a great thing to be, and it's a great thing to celebrate. And I just want to thank everybody here, because I feel very blessed that the Interfaith Council, representatives from the Interfaith Council are here, and thank you, Ken, for bringing them to us and inviting them to this event, because it's so important that they are leaders in their community, and they represent so many thousands of members of their respective congregations, that it's important for them to be here and realize that they're in a community that we all are part of, and that we welcome you and the cultures and everything that has to do with diversity and all the good things that you do for all our constituencies and community members here in the city. So I want to thank my colleague for doing this, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over so she can finish reading the proclamation. But thank you to all of you for supporting all our efforts and being such a respectful community that we all welcome our diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. I'm not sure if Mr. Loc Tang Nguyen would like to say a couple words before we do the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Politos and Mayor Pro Tem Ma Sarmiento, and also Councilmembers Martinez. Thank you very much for all the effort that you support our steering committee. We try to honor the just cause of the peoples, the armies, elected officials, and government of staff of the Republic of Vietnam during the Vietnam War. We sacrificed a lot, and we lost our country, and we are not remembered for so long, almost 40 years, 40 kids, as well as with the American soldiers and their families and also allied armies, who also contribute enormous efforts and sacrifice a lot to help our country to defend our just cause. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the City Council to respond to our request to make the resolution and proclamations to honor our just cause during the Vietnam Wars, as well as to recognize the sacrifices, also the contributions of a lot of people, the Vietnamese and American soldiers, and also allied during the Vietnam War. And thank you very much for your support.
Great. Thank you. So the proclamation. So there are a lot of whereas. I read a lot of it already, but the Steering Committee of the Republic of Vietnam Day Resolution has led efforts designating October 26th of every year as Republic of Vietnam Day in order to commend and the sacrifices and contributions to the Army, people, and the government officials during Vietnam War and thereafter. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Santa Ana, do hereby proclaim October 26th as Republic of Vietnam Day in the City of Santa Ana.
Thank you.
All right, let's just move on. Thank you, Michelle. Madam City Attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session, please?
Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, we do have 3 items that constitute reportable action for you this evening. In the matter of Arendon, there was a settlement approved in the amount of $22,500, 4-0 vote, with council members, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento and Councilmember Tinajero and Councilmember Martinez absent. In the other matter concerning Ibarra, the council member approved a settlement of $75,000 with Councilmember Martinez joining in for a 5-0 vote. And then with respect to the claim filed by the City of Orange, the council unanimously rejected that claim. That's all the reportable action that we have.
Okay, so with that, let me go to council consent calendar. Any items that council members would like to pull?
Yes,
Councilor
Mayor.
Martinez, please.
25C, 25E, and 25H.
25C, E,
And
H. Any other items by council members? All right, so with that, I believe there's no other items. All right, so with that, on the consent calendar, if there's no more items, I would entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously, Madam Clerk. With that, I think we had 25C, was it, by Councilor Martinez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I see Gerardo, our Parks and Rec Director, Gerardo Moe, if you could please approach us. I'm fully supportive of this item. I just wanted to bring this up. I know this is up for renewal, the park building custodial services. When you mean park building custodial services, are you meaning about all the community centers, the senior centers, facilities, and the other rental facilities that we use within our park systems?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, great. Totally supportive of that. As we move forward, I know that this is here for custodial services, but from a CIP perspective, and as these folks are cleaning up things, do they ever do assessments of things that need to be maintained? Do we have a deferred maintenance on some of these facilities and buildings? And I'm trying to bring it up because as you have this custodial services contract, and as we move forward with our budget and the CIP and trying to merge and utilize and leverage as much funding as possible, wanting to make sure that the facilities, some are in fantastic shape, and some of them are in not good condition, and we need to make improvements. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that these agreements that we're entering into, I know they're just custodial, they're there to clean the facilities, I get that, but are there times when they are cleaning these facilities that they make mention to our staff that things need to be repaired?
Yes.
Yes, and are those items on the list for improvement in the CIP, or do you use the very low amount of money that we give you for deferred maintenance in our park system? I think it's $100,000, or is it $200,000?
100.
100,000, and the reason I'm bringing that up, that's very little money to maintain our parks, our centers, and other facilities. And so as we move forward, and I'm going to support this item, but I'm just wanting to make sure that my colleagues understand that $100,000 for deferred maintenance to maintain our park facilities, our city assets, is not appropriate. And as we move forward, we need to make sure that we invest more money in fixing those facilities, so that when these folks are cleaning that up, we have less of a list that they're giving to us that we need to correct. So with that being said, thank you, Mr. Moet. Move the item, Mayor.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I think, Councilor Martinez, you had the next item, 25E.
Yes, Mayor. Just very quickly, I'm very supportive of 25E. I just didn't want for the public if they're not paying attention, they didn't notice what we're moving forward here today is an agreement to do our bike safety public education. One of our processes, we move forward towards active transportation. Here we are doing an agreement with the consulting group to approve that and get that going based on the grant we received. We're moving in the right direction, and so I just wanted to thank our staff and our Public Works Department, our City Manager's office, and just wanting to make sure that they keep us abreast and wanting to make sure that we're in connection with the consulting group and making sure that the community, a lot of the bike advocates and pedestrian advocates and residents that have an interest in bike safety, that they will be able to participate in making sure that we shape this program as good as possible to meet the needs of our residents in Santa Ana.
And thank you for your leadership on that. Is that a motion?
That's a motion. Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. 25H.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a very quick one as well. We're moving forward to doing traffic counts. This is in particular more so for vehicular, for cars. And so as we start moving forward and we're talking about active transportation, pedestrian counts, bike counts should all be integrated and included. I know this is kind of foreign for us. We really haven't done that in pretty much in the industry here throughout Public Works and across California. Active transportation it shouldn't be a new phenomena. It is a mode of transportation, but when we don't have all the facts and figures and when we're only getting a vehicle counts, we're really not seeing the big picture, a holistic approach, because we have people walking, we have people biking, and we're not getting those facts and figures of how many of those folks are out there biking and walking. So in the future, and I did pass some information on to our Public Works Director about some new technology of actually how to do bike counts. The city of Portland just purchased that technology, and as we all know, if you've been to Portland, that's a very friendly bicycle city, and they're leaders in the nation, and I really believe that technology we'll be able to utilize in the city of Santa Ana, making sure that we're able to combine our efforts when we're actually doing these counts and not just doing a vehicle count. With that being said, I move the item.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have 2 seconds. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. That now brings us to our business calendar of 55A. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I have a comment.
Please.
Can I second for purposes of discussion?
Yes, you can.
So, I'm probably not going to be supportive of this item. We just finished, and first, I want to thank our personnel staff and making sure that, we're getting old resolutions out of the way and putting it all together so that we're able to see the big picture when we're looking at what we're trying to do, when we're trying to give compensation or benefits. And so I want to thank Ed and his staff for putting that together, so I don't want to take that away from them. Where I do have a problem, and I know the council gave direction to move forward with an adjustment to increasing the salary of our planning director. But not too long ago, if my colleagues will recall, that we fixed the compaction issue with our executive managers. So now, in the industry, typically the public works director always is at a higher level than the planning director. And what we're doing here today, which I agree with, and I think to be competitive, we need to move in that direction, but we just solved the compaction issue, and now we're going back to what problems we had. Now the planning director is going to be making more than the public works director, and that's not the standard. And I see our personnel director, and I'm not sure if I'm speaking out of school, but I'm certainly positive that is the case. And so for those reasons, I can't support that, because we've done a lot of work, and I'm supportive of paying the planning director that money, because we need to be competitive. But as we move forward, we can't continue to do that just on a case-by-case basis. And now it's really putting us back into that compaction issue. And so, Mr. Raya, yeah. Mr. Raya, typically in cities, is it true or not that public works directors typically make more than planning directors?
That's typically what you find.
That's typically it. And so now we're going to the reversal. And, I know our public works director just started, and I have to say, at first I was reluctant, and I give him a hard time and wanting him to champion certain things. But as we look at the city and moving forward and wanting to have consistency in a process, and we just fix a compaction issue, we're now going back. What I would like to suggest to my colleagues, and they can go ahead and move forward, there's already been a second, and move forward, but just be cautious that we're going to go back into this compaction issue if we continue to do this on a salary by salary basis based on directors. And so if we need to go out there and take a look at what's out there in the industry to make sure that they're all competitive in ranges, that's what we need to do. So tonight, I can't be supportive of this for those reasons. Thank you, Mayor.
My question, Mr.
Go ahead.
Is there going to be a compaction issue with this?
No, the salaries will be out of line. It won't really be compaction. Salaries will be out of line for executives, because you'll have one executive making a little bit more.
Can you say that one? The mic, can you bring it up?
I'm sorry. The salaries will be a little bit out of line because the one position will be making a little bit more than the others are currently making, but those will be evaluated as we go down the road.
Which one will be out of line a little bit?
The executive director of planning and building.
And who's ahead of that individual?
It's a vacant position
Oh, it's a
currently.
vacant position right
And
now.
that's the motivation for, we're having difficulty recruiting a
Correct.
candidate.
We're having okay, because of the salary that we, okay, I get it. I get it.
Let's have our city manager please chime in.
Want to put on the record that the reason we're recommending a higher salary is because we have been unsuccessful on 2 occasions for attracting a planning and building director. And when we looked at the local marketplace, there was at least one city that had an equivalent salary. Ms. Marshall Martinez is correct. If we go forward with this position, it'll be higher than the other executives. In fact, it'll be higher than the deputy city manager. But at the end of the day, it's not perfect. If we want to go and recruit somebody of a high caliber for this position, we're recommending that you approve the position tonight, but it won't be perfect. This position, if recruited, will be higher than other positions. As far as the comment about any one position being higher than another, it may be typical, but I've seen other positions like a planning and building director actually be higher than a public works director. Most of the times it might be higher, but not in every case.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did want to speak to this because I think what my colleague, Councilwoman Martinez, is talking about probably isn't compaction. It's just a disparity amongst executive managers. Compaction, I believe, is more when one salary is pushing up against a supervisorial salary of somebody who oversees that person. And we've had that as well. So I think I think now, again, what maybe led staff to make this recommendation is because we did go out and recruit, and I think we did it twice. So we haven't been receiving the candidates, and the pool has been less than overwhelming of people who have applied. So the problem is that we have other cities that are, paying more, and they're attracting all the talent. Now for us, I mean, we can certainly probably solicit and select somebody who is maybe subpar, and we'll go ahead and take that salary that we initially offered. But again, the talent, the ability to compete with some of the other cities is very difficult for us right now. My concern is one that what this does is if we go to the argument that we say, okay, all managers have to earn the same, that's not realistic either. We can't put a ceiling on what we're going to give all managers. I think there are disparities between departments and between managers in any city. Is there a way that this will not negatively impact other hires or other positions that we have at the executive level? Is there anything that prevents us from bumping one up higher than this? It's just based on a case by case, right?
Absolutely. At the direction of the city manager or the city council, we can look at salaries at any time and make adjustments as necessary.
And this is just an effort to be more competitive with other cities so we can hire better talent, which is what all of us want, because all of us, I know, have said a planning director is essential. I'm not saying they're better, they're less important or more important than a public works director or a parks and recs director or a personnel director. I think it's just a unique I think there's a unique perspective here that we do need somebody who's who's very talented in our planning department. So I know there's a motion and a second. I will make a substitute motion to move the recommended item by staff.
And I'd just like to mention, Mayor and council members, there were just what we consider to be clerical typographical error in some of the numbering that was in this resolution. It was verified today that it was just a typographical problem, so we will be substituting and providing to the city clerk the correction of those numbers. They have no impact on the decision you're about to make. They're just numbers that identified the salary stages.
Salary ranges.
How is the substitute motion different than the original motion?
Are you moving the original motion?
It's the same motion.
But Councilor Benavides did, and then Tinajero seconded.
Got it. Okay.
The original
I thought there was
staff.
a motion that was different than the staff recommendation.
Look, I'm going to vote for this, but I just want to caution, because I think Councilor Martinez has a good point, and that is that I think it's where it's going to put a lot of pressure, or other department heads now within the city are all going to want to make more because we're setting a higher level. And so, we do have to look out at the market, not just simply say, well, we'll increase this. So in the interest of parity, now everybody's going to get, in essence, an increase over time and squeeze the budget even more. so that there is that danger. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
I thought you were opposed.
I'm opposed, no.
All right. So please note that for the record, Madam Clerk. So with that, motion carries. Now, what is the next item that we're on? Would that be 55B? All right. I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to take a motion to set this aside until we deal with 65C first.
Exactly.
All
Second
right.
that.
So let's just, let me just come back to it then.
Sure.
So 55C then?
Yes.
I would entertain a motion on 55C.
So move, Mayor, just real quickly with
Go
comment.
ahead.
I just think that we are moving in the right direction with the PACE program and for allowing residential and commercial property owners to install renewable energy systems and energy and water efficient programs that we try to conserve and be more green. I think this is a perfect opportunity for our residents and business owners to leverage this opportunity. With that, move the item.
Second.
Okay, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries. 55D.
Mayor, I think 55D is the same as 55C. If I'm not correct, I think there was a mistake here. Is it different? What's different about it?
Different locations.
Different locations that it
Okay.
gets applied to. So I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, motion carries. 65A, I would call on Mayor Pro Tem Vince Sarmiento, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know this is a matter that was continued from our December 16, 2014 council meeting, and I am going to be recommending that we continue it for one more time to our next meeting. You know, these are the 65A and 65B. 65A deals with council committee appointments, and 65B deals with regional board appointments. And unfortunately, I think, because I think we've had such a long lag time since our last meeting and we had the holidays come in between, many of us haven't really had a chance to grapple with you know, what appointments, because a lot of this deals with scheduling, and many of us have rigid schedules. I know Council Member Tinajero, I'm so used to calling you Mayor Pro Tem, you know, has a rigid schedule because he's a school teacher, and as a Councilwoman Amezcua. And so many of these boards meet during the day, council committees meet during the day. I think all of us still need to deal with the calendaring issue. So, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that we continue 65A and B for the next council meeting, and all of us pull out our calendars and make sure that we're all.
All right, I would entertain a second on both on the motion.
I'll second it.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries with one no. And now we're on 65C, is it? Yes. Who would like to speak on this? Oh, okay, let me take them first then. Larry Klein, followed by Anna Salisbury, followed by Mike Lopez, followed by Monica Suter. So, Larry, are you here? Come on down, please, sir. And then, Ann, if you're here, come on down, sit on the first row there, if you would, and then followed by Mike and Monica. Please go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Speak into the mic.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I read through the three options in the staff's report, and the one that I personally like the best is the third one, option C. If, though, the council in its wisdom votes to support the first option, option A, I would like them to consider adding to that option to have the staff report back to the council at a 6-month and 12-month interval to see how the program is working. And this report would include comments from parks, from police, and most importantly, from the citizens. That's the basis of my comments.
Thank you. Anna, are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow city council members. My name is Ann Salisbury, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the park rangers tonight. I read through the staff report, and this council has really been presented with a false choice. They have been presented with the choice of having either armed park rangers or park ambassadors who are not peace officers at all. And if you look at other cities, which is one of the things that I believe we've been doing along in this process, things like the city of Anaheim or the city of Costa Mesa, they do have unarmed park rangers, but they still have park rangers. So park ambassadors are fine, and I'm supportive of that, but they are not a substitute for park rangers. They should be working with park rangers. And so one of the things that I think maybe we have not been able to analyze because we have not been provided any data or any suggestions by staff is looking at a model where there are multiple levels of enforcement responsibility. I note that the job description for ambassadors tends to emphasize reporting and not enforcement. But if ambassadors are the wave of the future, I think council should perhaps not have armed police officers at city council meetings, but perhaps should have council ambassadors. There's never been an incident of violence crime anywhere in the council chambers. At worst, the only offense committed in the council chambers has been a bruise to someone's sense of decorum. The presence of a bevy of armed police officers at city council meeting gives the perception that our council chambers are much more dangerous than they really are. So what better way to enhance customer relations to the citizenry than to deploy council ambassadors as a key strategy to enhancing customer relations with the public? The council ambassadors could monitor and provide supervision at council meetings. They could provide excellent customer service and have a detailed knowledge of how council meetings work and support the positive use of the meetings. The ambassadors would monitor and enforce decorum rules. They would act as the council's eyes and ears to report safety problems. Council ambassadors would work closely with the one police department liaison who works 4 days a week and may or may not be available when the ambassadors need them. Police department support would be available to the ambassadors, but those calls would be prioritized against other police calls for homicides, robberies, domestic violence, traffic accidents. Of course, the police would show up, but that would only be as soon as they were able. So I would ask you to consider if the Park Ambassador program is good for the parks, it's probably good for council too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Lopez, followed by Monica Suter.
Good morning, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Lopez, and I'm with SCIU 721, representing our miscellaneous employees, including our park rangers. I'm here this evening to advocate on behalf of the Park Ranger program. The program has been in existence since the 80s, and I arrived 28 years ago in 86. At that point in history, the park rangers were unarmed. And I can tell you there were certain situations throughout the park system where some of the parks were less than safe. They were unsafe to the park patrons, they were unsafe to even the park rangers. Some of the park rangers would be questionable even going into some of the parks. In 91, when they became armed, things began to change. And they started raising their numbers. Things got better. But then later on in the 90s, the park ranger lost our sergeant, they dipped down to 3 full-time park rangers, and there was an agreement that was made between the police department and the Park and Recreation Department. Police department was sincere. They were going to have their patrol officers offset patrol throughout the parks. Regretfully, it didn't turn out that way. And as a result of that, there were complaints that came from the community, and the short story is we started hiring park rangers again. When we turned to the Santa Ana police officers, retirees, that's when things really began to take off. They professionalized the organization, we grew the numbers, and a proactive park patrol to keep the staff safe, keep the public safe, is what really worked. So, if you decide that you're going to be going with the other option, as recommended, we simply ask that the police department continue to keep their commitment, keep the park safe proactively for the public and for the staff. And as the final comment, we'd like to say that if you could possibly consider keeping the park rangers, the part-timers, the few of them that are left, while the park ambassadors are being hired, the park rangers can help train them as well. So we'd ask that consideration. Thank you very much.
Monica, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. To supplement much of what's been said today, I just wanted to add that in support of what Mike just said in terms of his first-hand experience with this situation and in the parks and many others, I strongly do concur that, in fact, option A, especially the way it's presented without a fallback, could get some situations to come back into play that we had in the 80s. And I think that would be unfortunate. I'd rather see B and C. I'm here on behalf of Monica Suter. I'm here on behalf of the SEIU as well. I'm here on behalf of B and C. I think they're a much more combined, responsible approach in this regard, because if we let this deteriorate, and right now we don't have those folks in place, so even if you want to supplement with the park ambassadors, you don't have them in place and trained, and the liaison may be more out of the office and less in the field, so that's not going to give necessarily the same service level. So I'm really concerned that we're going to have problems going forward with the parks. So on behalf of what's been said, I think that B and C combined would be a better option. The school police are armed. I think that the point's been made, that just because folks are armed doesn't mean that it's unsafe. We go to the airport every day. We have armed TSA agents and so forth. We have armed school police. The point's been made, too. That was a good point I hadn't thought of. But, we have armed folks here tonight, police officers, and I didn't even give it a second thought. So, but I'm glad they're here in case there's a situation. I think it does make a difference when you're going up against a potential gang member or something. So, but if not, I think that certainly during the transition that you retain the trained folks in place. I know I've heard staff members talk about that they've had situations where they didn't feel safe when they were dealing with a situation in a park, and when that happened, they were able to get a park ranger to respond because they have their cell phone very quickly. I don't think that kind of access is realistic with the police department. It's nothing against the police department. It's just a different system. They've got a lot of other priorities, I would imagine, such as, robbery versus a situation in the park. So, in a nutshell, we did provide last month, and when we gave that to you folks, actually last year now in December, a written opinion indicating that we think the PERS issue is not that urgent. Actually, we don't really even think it's an issue, not us, but our attorneys that looked at this that are experts in that area. So, but certainly in the meantime, as a transition, it is to not rush this. I feel that the whole process has been rushed, and in the staff report, it talks about that when they armed the park rangers, in fact, it did make the crime go down in the park. So I'm not really sure why then we would want to reverse that. I'm not following the logic of that. But with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now let me bring it to council for discussion. Councilor Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the one that put this item on 85A because it was a policy issue and not a manager and city staff, decision. And it's unfortunate that we are here today again, but I do want to thank our city manager and our staff at Artem Moet for putting this memo together, even though I may not agree with the recommendation for the most part, because I don't believe that we really looked at all the facts, and looking at it not just from an Orange County perspective, and what other cities are doing here. We talked about the last time about the city of Long Beach and they removing their program and putting it in the police department. What I have to say is that Santa Ana is unique and is different from other communities, and for us, at times, we should look at other cities and what they're doing and their best practices, and we can utilize some of them, but it doesn't mean that we always have to say because Long Beach is doing it or Irvine is doing it that we should move in that direction, because the dynamics here in this community are much different than those communities. And so what has been provided to us today, my options, and I'm glad Councilman Reyna postponed the other item, the ambassadors. I was wanting to move in that direction as well, so I'm glad that he spoke up and made sure that we didn't vote on that item. What I want to do here this evening is make a motion and move forward with the direction of item C. I know that continuing the existing park ranger program with the current folks that we have currently now, and I'm going to ask our city attorney or our city manager to ask, is it possible for us to continue the existing park ranger program with the current rangers that we have on board now? I know their estimated time to leave, I think, is sometime in February, and you're wanting to move forward with an ambassador program that we won't have these people on board for a couple of months, so it doesn't really make sense.
Thank you, Councilwoman Martinez, member of City Council. This issue has been out there for years. The issue has been whether or not the park rangers who retired from the police department can work again for the city of Santa Ana. My read, the city attorney has said that is not allowable. And based on the input last year, actually it was last year, that the council direction was to extend the time for the current park rangers while we looked at other issues such as coming back to the council on the park ambassador program. I do want to emphasize that I believe that we're in violation of the CalPERS laws right now, and there are severe penalties for that, both to the employee and the employer. And the more we delay it, the more likely it becomes that we could suffer the consequences. The city attorney can speak on that now or in executive session. As far as option C, it's there for your perusal. Another option would be to go ahead and have the park rangers, park ambassadors hired to recruit for that. The fear with the retired sheriff deputies, and Mr. Moet can come up and speak on that, is we've tried that before unsuccessfully. So to me, the worst case scenario would be to have the notion that we would be successful and hire sheriff deputies to keep the current rangers in place while we search for them, only to come back later saying we have been unsuccessful in hiring those people. Maybe Gerardo can attest to that, but I think in the past that we have been unsuccessful in hiring retired sheriff deputies.
Madam City Attorney, before Mr. Moet comes up, can you please just state for the record, based on your opinion, I know there's been various opinions on the CalPERS law, what SEIU has interpreted, their attorneys, what you have interpreted, what our personnel directors interpreted, what our city manager has interpreted, and what I have interpreted. You're our city attorney, you represent the city council in the city of Santa Ana. I want you to state for the record, if we were to go with option B and C, for option B, what position does that put the current employees, park rangers who are retired, are in CalPERS? What does that do to them? And what is the potential exposure for the city of Santa Ana if we are to move forward?
I'd be happy to provide you with a summary of our conclusions. I'd prefer not talk about our liability status in public, but I would like to tell you that our office, the in-house city attorney's office here, has opined that to continue to employ PERS retirees to have employment directly by the city, regardless of whether they continue with PERS benefits or or whether they contribute to a PARS program. In our opinion, it does violate the new PERS laws. We have also sought other experts to comment on this, and both a partner at my law firm, Best & Krieger, as well as a partner at Liebert Cassidy, which is a labor and employment firm, have also agreed with that analysis. So we understand that there are different opinions out there, but the opinions that we have to rely on are the opinions that are coming from experienced municipal attorneys that deal with PERS issues day in and day out.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I may not agree with it, but you are the city attorney, and so wanting to make sure that that was stated for the public. I'm going to be supportive of item 3, and I don't need Director Moet to come up here, but if my colleagues want him to come up here and explain how we used to do this or do that in the past and how it didn't work, I don't need to hear that. What I want to hear today is how can we make things work and making sure that we protect our residents while they're in our parks. And yes, there may be a disagreement with armed and unarmed, but at the end of the day, this program has been successful. There are residents here that are speaking to us, have emailed us, have Facebooked us, have been in the media and the news indicating how important this park ranger program is to this community. And by us taking an action like this so swiftly and quickly because of a CalPERS issue is wrong. You know, we are voted by the people. And this is something that's a top priority to them, has always been a top priority. You know, I'm not here to support and say, you know, we need to keep, you know, SEIU employees or anything of the sort. What I'm here and what I represent is the city of Santa Ana and its residents. And the residents are speaking loud and clear. There are a lot of them that are not here today, but they were present at the public safety meeting. They sent various emails to all of you indicating how important this program is today. There are a lot of people that are trying to make decisions for us today, saying that we don't need this program, that an ambassador program may work. I have to tell you that I don't believe it's going to be successful. We need to continue to have what we have today and move forward in the direction of hiring retired deputy sheriffs who have the ability, if in case something goes wrong in our parks, they're able to take action and not call a supervisor or call the police and wait for them to come to take action at the parks. I have to tell you, yes, crime is down in our city. We're the fourth safest city in America, and many of my colleagues will state that and saying that we are a safer community. I agree, we are a safer community, but we can't forget that we still have problems. We have problems with graffiti. We still have gang problems. We've been talking about a gang injunction that just got approved. So when we say we don't have issues in this community, that things are not happening in our parks, it's foolish of us to even think that. We know that negative things happen in our parks, and we need to protect our children and our families. So it's my hope that my colleagues would do the right thing and move in the direction and move forward with option C. Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a second for that. Would you like to speak as well? Please go ahead.
Absolutely. You know, most people know that I'm a child advocate, recipient of a lot of youth programs, and literally changed my life, moved me in a positive direction. Ron Ono has been here for 45 years. I started with Parks and Rec about 30 years ago as an employee, but I started off as a participant. And back in the 80s, there was a lot of drive-bys. There was a lot of people that were getting hit. A lot of lives were hurt. In the 90s, when we started to implement this program, it started to change. Santa Ana Unified School District has 57,000 students that participate in our parks on a regular basis or try to participate on a regular basis. Recently, we put in $1.8 million in our Parks and Recreation after-school programs to encourage our young people to utilize the parks. Santa Anita has a gang injunction. It's right associated to the park there. Townsend Apartments is moving in that direction as well, right next to Jerome. A walkie-talkie is not going to scare the people that are doing bad things. We truly need to make sure that our parks are safe, and this is the best direction to go into. It's not a financial issue. If it's not a financial issue, what are we doing here? We're really contemplating the safety of our parks with something that does not provide that comfort zone. Perception alone of seeing a vehicle on the park grounds many times will put people at bay. An ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure. I believe we need to maintain this. This is exactly why I second Councilman Martinez's motion. This is exactly why we put it on 85A, the last meeting, and I will be supporting option C, and I hope my colleagues join in that as well. We need to protect our young people.
Councilmember Celestino, please.
So what I'm hearing is that if we do away with the park ranger program, if the park rangers are no longer around, then we are in a world of hurt in our parks. That's what I'm hearing. So what I'd like to do is call Chief Rojas to come on up, because I want to ask a few questions, because I want to make sure that we have the entire everything here on record. Okay, so on an average day, let's say it's a Wednesday, how many park rangers do we have out in our parks for the whole city?
Well, I think Mr. Moet could better answer that.
Okay,
Since
well, I'm still going to ask you questions.
One
or at most two during one day. So, okay, can you, is it one for a 12-hour shift or two for a
No, it's just one during one shift, and it could be in the early part of the day, and then in the evening it would be another ranger. For
Okay, so it's two officers, but they're splitting the shift in a
That's right.
24-hour day.
That's right.
So, are they on for 8 hours or 10 hours?
No, they're usually, because they're 20-hour-a-week employees, they can range from 4 to 5, at most 6 hours per day, but it typically is like on the field 4 to 5 hours at most.
So we can then say that they're combined, we're looking at about 8 to 10 hours, right, per day. Okay. And then, but you have one. We usually have one on shift at one time to cover the entire city. Okay, how many parks do we have?
40.
40 parks. Okay. So we have one park ranger on that whole time. Okay. So I want to keep that in perspective. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to ask our chief a couple questions. So Chief, I was sitting here and I was thinking, wait a minute. It seems to me that the public, or the arguments that are being made, is that there isn't going to be any enforcement by any peace officer in our parks. Now, I want to make sure that that's not the case. So one of the things that I asked you, and I'm going to ask you again in public, is what if we had a police officer who that is their priority to police the parks? Because I'm hearing people say, we don't want to call, in other words, right now the park rangers, if you make a call to a park ranger, the park ranger, that's what he's there for, or she's there for, is to handle that issue, that park issue. So I looked over at Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, and I said, what if we allocated a police officer that's what they do during that shift? Okay, so now I'm asking, and I asked you this question, so I already know what the answer is, but I think the public needs to know. Can you please explain what your thought process is right now?
Yes, we actually already tested for the position to dedicate one full-time police officer to just dedicate himself to parks, and that's Corporal Gary Cuso, which has about 15 years in the department. And also I want to state that Santa Ana Police Department is your public safety provider, 24/7, 365, in the park, in the dark, in commercial areas, you name it. And so in terms of providing public safety to whatever level the council desires, we have the capacity and the capability and the training and the knowledge to be able to do that. It's just a matter of how we formulate that plan together.
So are you allocating an officer that is strictly going to focus on parks and be there on call for parks?
Yes.
For how many hours a day?
It'll be 10 hours.
10 hours. So it's equivalent to a park ranger. The only difference is they're trained through our police department. Correct?
Correct, and he'll also have the support of our directed patrol teams and our mounted patrol, and then also, of course, our regular patrol folks that do answer a lot of the calls that take place in the parks today.
So you'll have the mounted patrol as well?
Correct.
Okay, and so now we have a police officer. I just want people to know this. Now we have a police officer that's dedicated to the parks. We have the support of the PD. We also have potentially the ambassador program as well. So we've actually increased the amount of people that are in our parks instead of decrease. Is that an argument or is that not an argument?
Increase.
We've increased. So I don't know. I think we're in a better position. And I've always been a little bit concerned about armed park rangers, but that's always been my concern. But I think that what the game plan is, and this is the thing, I'm not a police chief, I'm not a police officer, and we put you in here to guide us in the best possible direction. The only thing is, I think this could have been articulated a little bit better so that everyone understood what's happening. So what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a dedication to patrolling the parks, and I see an increase in visibility of other folks as well through the ambassador program. So I'm going to go ahead and not support the substitute motion.
All right, we have more comment. Mayor Pro Tem, and then over here, and then back to the right. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just procedurally, I'm not. Is there a motion or a substitute motion on the floor?
There's a motion and a second, but no substitute motion.
Got it. Okay, so we're just speaking to
the motion. This is on on option C, right?
Correct.
Right. Got it. Look, I want to thank...
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve option A.
If there's a
Is
second. Got it.
that a substitute motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I just wanted to ask something really quick. So this officer that we're allocating,
That motion's going to die.
No,
for
no, but
failure.
that dies for lack of a second for right now.
yeah.
Well, for purposes of discussion, I'll second the motion.
All right, so now we have a substitute motion on the floor. But you have the floor, Mayor Pro Tem. Would you like to yield it for
Sure,
a
I'll go
moment?
ahead and yield to
thank you.
Councilman.
Go ahead.
This police officer that we're allocating, his or her priority is calls specifically from parks. They're not going to take any other call ahead, correct? Just want to make sure it's clear. For the
That's
record.
correct, 100% dedicated. However, if there's something that's critical, that's a dire emergency, and it's a block away from the park, I would expect any police officer to respond to that. But yes, his primary assignment and sole task will be to provide public safety in the parks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're both up there because I may have questions for both of you. And I thank my colleague for bringing this to us because, again, it's something that, it was ripe for discussion, and I think we've looked at some other cities. Other cities have different models, right? I think, what other cities do, and I think Long Beach is a city that we looked at, they have unarmed rangers or ambassadors in their park. Is that correct?
They have 3 full-time armed park rangers that are under the direction of the police department.
Got it. Okay, so very few park rangers or ambassadors in other cities that answer to the Parks and Recs director or the Parks and Recs department. Most of them stay or are systematically with public safety. So this
They're armed, yes.
right. Personally, I think having grown up in this city, look, it's safe. But again, if you ask different people, it's safe some places and it's not safe in others. To have one park ranger per shift trying to handle all our parks is a difficult thing. I mean, we don't have obviously as many parks as we'd like, but for one individual to try to handle all the calls for service there is very, very difficult. And I was looking at some of this, I think a study that was done over the past 5 years, and I think we've received approximately 1,100 calls for service for park-related incidents, and I think 80% of those were handled by the police department, correct? So, and I think it said, less than 20% were handled by the park rangers. In any event, my concern is that, look, to me, the perception is important to have armed folks, rangers carrying weapons around children has always been a nervous point for me. I think, these folks are retired. They're away from the department. I think if somebody's going to carry a weapon, it has to be somebody who's trained, who has the capacity, who has the resources to call for backup in the event something happens, and I think to be better equipped. If we can have that designated officer available with ambassadors that are unarmed to help provide support, I think we're looking at a much better balance because you're providing better service. And to somebody's point, should we do what we're doing in parks here at the City Council chambers? I think they're right. I think we should start looking at how we dismantle maybe some of the some of the monitoring as people come into this, again, public forum and town hall and our council chambers. So we'll have that discussion at some point in the future as well. But I think weapons, as we've seen, are not always a good thing. And weapons, when they're drawn in a park where children are playing, where families are trying to have a good time, is a very dangerous thing. I think it only could be handled well in the in the hands of somebody who's well trained, who has the ability and the experience to go ahead and deal with those situations that may get out of hand. And it just, again, systemically, it just doesn't make sense that armed employees who carry weapons are not part of our public safety effort, and it's just kind of putting people in their lanes. Again, folks with weapons with one of our public safety agencies, and I think they've done a great job under your direction, Director Moet. But I think as we go forward, we need to start realizing, look, maybe these staff employees that do such a critical job need to be in a department that will be able to give them the support that they need in the event that something escalates and something becomes a problem.
All right, we have more comment or
Yes,
question.
sir.
Councilman
Absolutely,
Reyna?
Absolutely.
at our level?
Well, we are going to have the study session in terms of patrol, but 600 officers is what a city this size and this density should have. We have 300 officers.
So we're looking at removing one of them to dedicate to this. So instead of putting more officers in the street, we want to take an officer off. Second question. As a response, as we list priorities, what's the first priority? What's a umbrella for the first priority that would send officers out there? Murder, rape, something along those lines?
Life-saving.
Life-saving. What would be a secondary priority?
Property.
Third priority?
We have 5 priorities. It goes down from there. In progress calls, report calls, loud music calls.
Where would drunken public land?
It depends on how it's called in and the information that's provided to the dispatcher, and then it'll be prioritized from there.
Because that's possible to take place on a park. After there's no deadline for leisure time.
Right. It would.
Just be belligerent that as kids are watching and parents are playing activities. I'm sorry. Kids are playing and parents are watching their activities. Part of my concern is our officers do a fantastic job under an incredible amount of stress and an environment that is challenging as heck. And they receive so much training to do so. I'm sorry. And they receive so much training to do so. I think the skill base needed at the parks is combination of the training in law enforcement, at the same time a little bit of a softer hand as you're dealing with relatively issues that can explode but not necessarily are there yet if we have the right individuals there. My concern, again, is that if you're on the park next to Santa Anita that has a gang injunction, so there's obviously somebody saying that there's gang activity taking place in that area, that Townsend now is having a gang injunction that, again, there must be some kind of gang activity on that park because of their proximity. If you were in that park and getting beaten up, would you want a walkie-talkie or somebody with a gun? Now, I don't know about you, but I want my safety as a high concern, and I would want a law enforcement officer, whether it be parks rangers or somebody with protection and training. And for me, I think it behooves us to move in that direction. Again, prior to this program, there was a lot of drive-bys. There was a lot of violence. And an ounce of prevention beats a pound of cure, and we're going to find out if we remove this, what type of situations are going to take place on the parks. We have red flags going off all over the place, specifically those 2 parks. It's not going to stop. They're going to see that there's another part of the community, they may have similar challenges. The best way to combat that are people that are trained specifically in that area. When they have, when our law enforcement have a murder case, we don't call park rangers. They're not a high priority to go assist in that help. Their skill base is a little bit different. And I think overall, this is the best direction, not necessarily direction, I'm just talking to you, sorry, for our city to go forward with. As I mentioned, 57,000 school-age kids. At what point would we want to protect them, and at what point do we think a walkie-talkie is sufficient? Thank you.
Councilor Martinez, please.
Mayor, I just want to state for the fact that, look, I don't refute that our public safety, our police department don't monitor our parks. And you know what? Matter of fact, our school police monitor our parks as well. Not too long ago, we saw a video of a school police doing something to a young kid. And, a lot of people thought that it was a Santa Ana police officer, and it wasn't. It was a school police. And so our school police are in our parks as well. And so we're very fortunate that we have a lot of law enforcement, surrounding our parks because we have schools near our parks as well. And so it's a win-win situation for all of us, but I do believe that park rangers play a different role. And so what I want to state here is that I'm okay with the police department managing retired deputy sheriffs who are trained to be park rangers. We're 300 officers short, and I want to thank Chief Rojas for wanting to put one of his officers, out there to just take control over our 40 parks. But is that person best suited for, for that role, or should he be getting his? Should we be getting our best bang for our buck and our return on investment of how we train this officer to go out there and do different things out as a police officer versus a park ranger? And that's something, I have a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton. I once wanted to be a police officer And so, I went through the Sheriff's Academy of Los Angeles and got a degree, AA in criminal justice, and a bachelor's degree. So I'm very fully aware of what is needed to be a police officer versus the skills of a park ranger. When we talk about community policing, that's a park ranger. A true park ranger is really doing community policing. I believe our police department has, for a long time, really the leaders of community policing. But the engagement of a park ranger in the parks and how many people they're communicating is much more, I believe, in a friendlier manner, an interaction, than more so of a police officer. A lot of times when we see our police officers in our parks or anywhere else, sometimes some folks of our community feel intimidated. They have this sense of fear of wanting to communicate to our police, and it's unfortunate because we have a great police department and they're friendly, but I think they're more prone to wanting to build a relationship with the park ranger because they see them consistently. And yes, Councilman Tinajero made a valid point that we have 2 part-timers that are doing, 5 to 6 hours approximately, probably, 10 hours in a shift. And, how can they manage 40 parks? But they play a really good role. I've seen them various times at the senior center, at other parks, and they're patrolling, and folks know them. So they spend time. So they're not just sitting idle in one location or waiting for a call. They're circling, they're navigating, they're communicating with the residents. They're walking in the parks. If does anyone have any questions? What we don't want is to change what we've been doing. It's just bringing a law enforcement officer to this train. I get it. I believe that at the end of the day, they are equipped to also do the job. But did we pay this officer to go through this training to then transition him to go and be a park ranger liaison, going out there and doing those kinds of duties? And so that's kind of some of the issues that I see that are up in the air. I understand that if we want to move in the direction, as Councilman Tinajero said, and as our police chief mentioned, that we are going to dedicate 1 officer and they're going to be doing the amount of 2 part-time. I get it, but we got to remember that the role that a police officer plays and what a park ranger's role is fairly different. And I want to make sure that if my colleagues are going to move in this direction, that we make sure that this officer is going to be able to get also the training of how to deal with issues in our parks like our park rangers have in the past. That is very important. As we move forward with doing surveys, and our police department is out there going to start that process about community policing and what do we want as community policing. Keep in mind that this community, that the residents have voiced in saying that they want park rangers in our parks. And what we're saying here today is that we don't want that. And so I'm willing to meet some middle ground. I'm not a difficult person. I'm just wanting to make sure that we make the best informed decisions and looking at everything in its totality and that all the facts are presented to us. Look, a lot of times things are filtered to us. A lot of things, the perception sometimes of information that's being provided to us, I don't think sometimes it's disingenuous. And we don't make the right decisions. And so I'm wanting to make sure, and I may mention to my colleague, Councilman Tinajero, that if we want to move in the direction that Chief Rojas mentioned of the 1 officer, why don't we move forward and making sure that we cover all peak hours in the park ranger program and making sure that we bring on 2 officers probably to do that job and train them to be park rangers so that we have the best of both worlds. They're equipped and trained to be amazing Santa Ana police officers, and they now have the capabilities of actually being park rangers and doing some of the work that possibly they may not want to address, but these are some of the issues that we face in our parks. And so I'm wanting to make sure that we do something that is right. But for us, to just dismiss what the public is saying here today and some of the information that's been provided to our staff to the city council, I think we're kind of like all over the map. I know Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Sarmiento has mentioned, armed versus unarmed, and he's uncomfortable with that, and I respect that. I certainly do. That's his opinion, and I want to end with this, is that as we move forward as a council and our police department moves forward with conducting in the near future what community policing is, that this issue is going to rise up again, and they're going to ask the questions. And so we need to understand and take a couple steps backwards. I think that this issue shouldn't be before us until after we conducted what our police department is trying to do, what the community asked in its 5-year strategic plan, to really conduct a survey and an assessment of what truly community policing is for the city of Santa Ana. Community policing somewhere else is different here in Santa Ana, and so we've asked our police department to go out there and do that, and now we're here doing something different right before we get the result. And so, I'm not going to support the friendly amendment that Councilman Tinajero made in his new motion. I'm still going to go with the original motion. I respect all my colleagues and their opinions and what they have to say here. I am a little disappointed, again, as it pertains to our staff and how we got here. And I try not to be critical of staff. I'm one of the first to hug Ron Ono and our staff and the great work that they do. But sometimes it's extremely important for us to realize that we are the policy makers. We were elected by the people to make good informed decisions, and the staff is there to facilitate and implement our policies. And so this coming before us as an 85A and now addressing these issues with options, I really believe that in the future that we need to make sure that this is being addressed, any other issue that comes before us, in a right manner, so that we make the best decisions as possible for the residents of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just quick comments, and I want to speak. Some have already gone more than once, and others have not spoken.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Tina.
For being so kind to allowing me to speak a second time. I just, from what I'm hearing from the public and what I've heard before, is we don't want to do away with the park ranger program because there's someone allocated to go and service the parks. And I hear that. There are some arguments that have been made that I think have they're a little bit of a slippery slope argumentation. For example, the drive-bys in the 1980s and so forth, it wasn't our park rangers that stopped that. We had a SWAT team, we had a gang unit, we had different groups that were very strategic in doing that. So let's make sure that we give credit where credit is due. As far as areas where there's gang injunctions, we all know that in those areas there are police patrolling those areas. So it's not like those areas are going to be the last ones where the call is going to come in. There's already someone nearby to go into those areas. I think we have 57,000 students, but they're not all at the parks at once. I think we have to be very, very transparent and very careful on what we're saying here. What we're saying, and I think the staff is saying with this option A, is that we're still going to have an officer that is going to be out there to answer those park calls, and that's the priority. Here's the issue. It does not mean that we don't have a police officer who could do the job. There's a lot of police officers that graduated from our high schools, that live in the city of Santa Ana, that can also have that same rapport that many of the park rangers had. And just because we're shifting here doesn't necessarily mean that the quality and the customer service is not going to be there as well. We have to give it a shot. That's my belief. There is something that's going on with why we have to make this change. And I just think that we should go forward. I think at the end of the day, what the public is saying is we want safety, we want someone that has rapport, that can work with kids, that can work with the presidents of the leagues, and that is visible. And I think that having 4 or 5 park rangers splitting up their time is not a bad thing. However, if you have 1 or 2 officers who are working longer shifts, there is the same face that you're seeing more often than the 5 that you would have seen before. So
Thank you, Councilman Reyna, and then I'll speak.
You know, at the end of the day, we're here for one reason, and one reason only. We're talking about this because the issue was a retirement issue. It wasn't a program issue. It wasn't an issue that was concerning out there, that they're not doing a good job, they're doing a bad job. It had nothing to do with that. If it was an issue, we would have dealt with it in 91, 92, 93, but it was never an issue. And if the retirement wasn't an issue, we wouldn't be talking about it today. So I don't understand what the challenge is, what the problem is. It's not a financial issue. We're fine to go. It truly is a retirement. So why are we revamping the entire thing? If something else comes up down the pipe on another part of any department that they're looking at another tweak, are we going to reevaluate the entire thing and see what kind of changes we're going to come up with? I don't see the rationale behind this. The program was working. There's nothing wrong with it. We're here for specifically the retirement and how we're going to address that. And that was my last comment, but I do have a question for staff. Just to kind of clarify, Councilman Martinez, was your motion B and C?
No, just C.
Oh, just C. Okay.
But right now we have to take the substitute motion first. If it fails, then we'll go back to the original motion.
And the substitute motion was A,
Is
correct?
A.
Okay.
Substitute motion is A. The original motion was C. B's never been on the table. So look, let me right now, speak on both A and C. Make my comments, then we'll vote. And let's see where it goes. I think the park ranger program has been a very good program for a long time, and I do think it's provided a unique tool that's well integrated with the police department, and it has made a big difference in our parks. And the debate that we're having here, I think, is a very high level debate because we're talking about something that we all care about very, very much, something that we're familiar with just because we've been around town over the years. And I myself don't like change for the sake of change, and I'm a little bit afraid that this might have an element of that. I do agree that if it were not for the retirement issue and the city manager looking at what he should be looking at, which is potential liability to the city, we wouldn't even be saying, is there a different way to approach this? So I think if it's not broken, and I don't think it's broken, don't do away with the whole thing. Can we improve it? Yeah, and I believe that option C improves it because it basically addresses just the retirement issue. Option C basically says begin recruitment of new armed park rangers, so they'll be new, so we don't have the retirement issue, such as retired sheriff deputies, but it could be retired officers from our own department that are currently not part of the program that want to be part of the program. And I do believe that no matter how hard we try from the PD side, the fact that we have certain realities like schedules that are 312, it's going to be hard to integrate those with the needs of the park department and the needs of parks. It'll be easier if we have folks that are dedicated just to that function, I believe. And again, I think there's great arguments on both sides, but I think that option C is the one that really cures the problem that we have. And so with that, I think enough said. Those on the substitute motion, in favor, please say aye for the substitute motion.
Aye.
No.
So we have 2 ayes.
Aye.
No. We have 3 and 3, so it doesn't go anywhere. So now let's go to the original motion to see if we can get 4 votes for that one, and we'll go from there.
Aye.
So we have aye,
Nay.
aye, and aye.
No.
We have
No.
2 noes.
No.
We have 3 no's, so status quo remains.
And I just want to
So,
remind you, Mayor, that on these votes that are administrative items, the law does require us to identify who has voted.
I think she did. Didn't you get them?
Members of the public may
There
not have
was 3
understood.
yeses, myself, Martinez and Reyna, and 3 no's, the other 3 members of the council.
Okay.
On both votes. All right, so with that, we go on for now to the next item, the whole thing deadlocked.
Just a real quick question or
Yes.
comments, I'm sure. Obviously, we're a deadlock. Is this something that we could push to the next meeting? We have one more council member that might be able to figure out where they stand.
Normally, when you have an item in which no action, in essence, you have resulted in no action on this item.
Correct.
Normally, in those circumstances, if a matter can be broken by attendance of another council member, you would continue that item to the next meeting. But I think it's prerogative of the city manager if you want to give him direction or if he has any
Or we can just,
suggestions.
if you want to make a motion to continue it.
Sure, I'd motion to continue to make sure that we have.
Is there a second?
council.
Second.
We have motion and second. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries on that one. So with that, let's see if we can move on now. What would the next item be, Madam Clerk?
Madam City Attorney,
Let's continue that one as well then. 55B, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries unanimously. So now on to 65D. And what is the...
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to make
Go
some
ahead.
comment. I'm going to have to be a no vote on this item for just for the fact that this issue, when we did the city manager's evaluation, this wasn't brought before us, and so it coming before us today for a vote here was kind of a surprise to me, because I know we never discussed this, and I know that it's pretty much a Me Too clause of what the EMT gets, but I think this is something that should have been discussed with the city council. There was no action items reported from our city attorney when we last went into a closed session with our city manager regarding his evaluation. And so for those
Would you
reasons,
like to continue
I
it
would
for
like to
30 days?
I'd like to continue it
or to send it to closed session?
to send it to closed session.
So the vote is to agendize this for closed session in
Yes.
2 weeks? Please, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, this was an item that was given to me in my contract, that I would get the same benefits as executives. That's all I'm asking for today. I'm not asking for anything else. To do something other than that, it puts me at a disadvantage. We can continue, but I don't understand what the issue is, personally.
I think the issue is we just don't know about it, even though I understand you're telling us it's in the contract. So look, the motion is to send it to closed session at the next meeting?
Yes.
I'll second that motion with a comment, and I think, look, many of us need to open up our binders and look at our agendas and go through that, because to say we don't know what this is about and we're caught off guard, look, it's before all of us. We've continued several matters tonight. We don't move on things, but this is something that we should be able to address, whether we're supportive or whether we're against it. But I think it's a very simple one. It's a contractual issue, and the matter wasn't simply added to the calendar as an 85A. There's a staff report on this that all of us could have read. Again, I just admonish my colleagues that let's put this over, let's take some more time, because we've had to take some more time on others. But the other items that we continued regarding the appointments, that's more of a logistical problem where our own calendars impact this. This is just a simple contractual issue. Madam
And I
City
do want to
Attorney?
remind the city mayor and city council that under the Brown Act, we can go into closed session to discuss issues of evaluation, and we can go into closed session for you to provide your
We can't put this
negotiator
on closed
direction,
session, right.
but you cannot discuss
Correct.
the terms of a contract in closed session.
Correct.
So
Right.
just want to remind
It would only be a
you.
continuance back to this public meeting that we'd have to open up before us. And so, look, I'll go ahead and support the motion simply to give, my colleagues an opportunity to
So,
review.
Michelle, you originally said 30 days then, so you want to stick to that motion, bring it back here in
Look,
30 days, or
If
what?
you guys want to vote on this
I think
item
we should
now,
vote.
I'm going to be a no vote, because I'll tell you that.
Why wait?
Look, I want to be very clear, is that the city manager is our employee. And I understand that it's in his contract that there is Me Too's, but when we went through his evaluation, this issue should have been discussed with the city council. It was not discussed with the city council. It is now being brought out here publicly to cast a vote. And so if the council wants to move forward with it, go ahead, and I'll go ahead and you guys can move the motion. I'm just going to be a no vote.
I'm going to make a substitute motion that we vote on the item. No.
Did you make a motion?
No, he seconded Michelle's motion
So,
for
I'm
the
gonna make a
continuance
motion.
so that we
I think
can
we need to take votes.
figure
I
out
think-
what it is.
So I'm going to make a motion that we move on the item.
All right, so
Let's go
look,
for
we have a motion to vote on this and a second. Any more discussion? I'm going to vote no for the same reason Councilor Martinez mentioned. I think if we were to discuss this, we should have discussed that when we were doing the evaluation. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No.
Those opposed, no. 2 noes. So with that, let's go on. We have a public hearing. At this time, I would like to call to order a public hearing to consider approving a resolution certifying the revised environmental assessment and final environmental impact report for the Santa Ana Garden Grove Fixed Skyway project and approving project strategic plan number 61, G32, and C3 and 4, and G. So with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications?
Yes, I just received one.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'm going to be recusing myself because I have an economic interest. I represent
All right.
folks that own property along the alignment.
So with that, let me call on Dan Damonskafi. I may be mispronouncing the last name. Please come forward, Dan.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Dan Domanowski. I'm speaking on behalf of Maxima Investment, a property owner in the area. I just have 2 things I would request. One is that with respect to the light rail line, the second option was going to take it across 6th Street through an industrial area, and I don't think it's a good idea for the light rail or the fixed rail to go through that industrial area. And the second one would be on the operations and maintenance facility, that we'd like to make sure that the facility is properly shielded from the public, because our property is just adjacent to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No other speakers, Madam Clerk?
None.
All right, with that, let me close the public hearing then and bring it to council for consideration. You did? Well, why don't you come forward and this is only 75A. So with that, what I'd like to do is, if I may, let me make a motion that we approve this. I think it's a very important step in moving the streetcar forward. So we have motion a second. The other thing I'd like to do is I'd like to thank specifically George Plough and Cordova Corporation. I know from the inception they've worked very, very hard on this, and I think they've done an excellent job. And at this point, in essence, it would, for practical purposes, somewhat leave the city and go over to OCTA, where they would become the owner-operator and finance and hopefully bring the project forward here within a relatively short period of time. If things go well at OCTA, I think we would be hiring at the next meeting on I think it's February 9th, a program manager that's going to oversee the project. And then, by middle part of this year, we'd probably hire a final designer that would go into a final design. And about 12 to 18 months after that, we would have a project that could, begin construction. So, there's money for this. It's a real deal, and I think it can bring tremendous benefit and improvement to the city in terms of mobility, in terms of economic development, in terms of many, many, many other benefits. So please, other comments. Councilor Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly is a very historic moment for the city of Santa Ana. And before I begin, I do want to thank our city manager. I know I give him a hard time, but I do thank him when he does well. And so I want to thank you, Mr. City Manager, for being our project manager and getting us to the goal line. I do want to thank you for that. I want to thank our public works staff. I know William and others that have been on this for quite some time. And, about 8 years ago or so, when we first got elected, this was a conversation that was at the top of the priority list of the city and the city council, and very few votes took place. And to get the person to do the contract, to get us through these phases of where we're at today. And Mayor Polito mentioned Cordoba Corporation, who received that. And I'll tell you that I was the fourth vote. They needed my vote. There was not too many people up here that were one, eligible to vote or didn't show up for that vote. And that was a very difficult moment in time for me personally, for various reasons, but I knew at the end of the day that it was the right direction for the city of Santa Ana and for the county of Orange. This is not only about Santa Ana, this is about really setting the new direction for Orange County as it pertains to bringing in a new form of transportation. And I believe this is a game changer, not only for the city, but for the county of Orange. And I do see Jose out there in the audience. And I have to tell you that one of the reasons why I was a big supporter, Jose once worked for OCTA and started the Go Local program, and then went to go work for Cordoba Corporation and was kind of the lead. And we're very proud. He's a graduate of Saddleback High School, and
That's right.
I just knew that when it was
The
under
Harvard of Santa Ana, I forgot to tell you. Go ahead.
Yeah, when it was on the hands of Jose, who was from Santa Ana and understood the dynamics and what this meant, not only for Santa Ana, for Orange County, I was very confident to give a yes vote. And so, Jose, just wanted to acknowledge you in the audience that you really pushed me over the line to give that yes vote. And so just want to thank you for your hard efforts and getting us where we're at today. But again, just wanting to thank the Transportation Committee from the council and making sure we kept staff on board. I want to thank Mayor Polito for all his years in trying to get this through. This is something that he's been looking forward to for a very long time, and we're finally here. And it wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't a team effort. And again, wanting to thank our city manager, our public works staff for your tremendous work, and our city attorney's office, because I know that this was not an easy job to get us here. And want to thank the community for attending all the outreach meetings and showing up. And I know not everyone was in favor, but a lot of people were very supportive of this. And I tell you that when we do break ground, I think many people are going to jump on board, because it really is going to really shape the future, not only if it's downtown, but into the west part of Harbor and into Garden Grove. And I truly believe that 20 years from now, we will be taking, some form of rail from Anaheim down Harbor to the beach. And that's going to be fantastic for Orange County. And I'm excited that the first leg is going to start here in the city of Santa Ana. So I want to thank everyone for all your hard work and efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tinajero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, great job in your years of dedication to this, and the Cordoba Corporation did a fantastic job. They were very tenacious during times where there were obstacles ahead of us. But I want to thank our Joe Montana, our city manager, who brought us to the goal line. You're going to help us score, right? You're going to either run it in or throw a pass, so one of the two. But, you have to give people credit. They work very hard. I do want to say this, is that I don't think people really realize, and I think we need to do a better job of putting it out there, what we're about to do. That's the beauty of it, is that I want you to think for a second. There was this, I think it was 3 Olympics ago. I can't remember where it was, if it was in Greece, but we had the best track team in the country, the best women's relay team in the world, And Marion Jones was on that team. And I don't know if you remember, but they dropped the baton, and the top team in the world was disqualified. And then the next Olympics, I don't know if it was China, once again, we had the best relay team in the world. And they went too far on the exchange zone, and they got disqualified again. And the most recent Olympics, they made it. It was a very concentrated effort that they were going to make sure that their strategies, their techniques were always there. And I've always looked at that, and by the way, they were able to make every pass without a problem, and they won the gold medal, and they became the world champions in the Olympics. We should have had that a long time ago. What I look at this is, I think about passing the baton. When we have pollution in the manner that we have today, you have global warming occurring, and you have this huge dependence on oil, and you have 10,000 cars hitting the road every day in China. I believe it's 3,000 in India. These are our most populated areas. When you look at what the census predictions are in the next 10 years, is that for every car on the street, there's going to be 2 more. So add another 2 cars. We are doing something that we are now passing the baton for a better future for the future residents of this area in Orange County, is that people will now be able to go and use the transit system. And sometimes it takes a city like ours to make that decision, to be forward-thinking and look ahead, but more importantly, look ahead to what our kids are going to be able to enjoy in the future. And I think this is something it's a great move, and what a wonderful place to start this, but in the heart of Orange County, where our motto is Downtown Orange County. So we're starting it in downtown Orange County, baby, and we're moving it all over this county. People will be able to get on a train. I look forward to the day where I can get on a train, go to the trolley, or take the trolley, go on a train, go over to another area, get on another train, and go to Vegas. And just not be bothered, and just enjoy myself. Maybe even go to San Francisco in 3 hours, who knows. But the fact of the matter is other countries are doing this, why haven't we? And now it's time to start to change that movement. I think our future is bright because of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any comments?
Brief.
Please go ahead.
I'd also like to join my colleagues in thanking you, Mayor. I know you've done a lot of good, hard work and effort went into this, and also our city manager. I know you've been there, project director, so I'd really like to thank you for that. It's very exciting right now with this project, with a city of our density. I'm just ecstatic and look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me just mention a couple other things, and then I'll call for the vote. One is that tomorrow I have the privilege of going to Sacramento. I'm going to speak to the governor's chief of staff and to the governor about this thing called tax credits, cap and trade money. It's about $80 million that can come to Orange County, and if it does, the support is there at the Transportation Authority to enable this project to benefit from that money. Also, I was on a call last week with folks in D.C. that are working with the Federal Transportation Authority, and today actually there was a meeting in D.C. that I was a part of setting up where we're looking at monies from Washington, in essence. It's called Small Starts, New Starts, and likely we're going to be receiving money to support the project from that. Now, keep in mind, because of the heavy lift many years ago, we had Measure M2 and it passed, and specifically Project S, which dedicates money towards transit projects, we have enough money at OCTA to do this with or without any help from either Sacramento nor Washington. Nonetheless, I think it's good if money's available. Let's try to lever the project and get more money, because that way, on a go-forward basis, as a county, we're going to have more money to either be able to go down, Bristol towards the airport, and we have the old center line drawings that are all ready to go there, and or we can go up Harbor. We already have started a study at OCTA to go up Harbor over towards Disneyland. And in Anaheim, they're looking at a leg from Disneyland, which is Catella and Harbor, over to the new Arctic Station and the pond and the stadium and that whole area. So we really are talking about connecting the county. Also today, I had the privilege of touring Supervisor Lisa Bartlett, who's a new supervisor from the 5th District. She sits on OCTA. So I drove her up and down the entire length of the project, so that as a member of OCTA, she will better understand what we're talking about, where the actual corridor is, and what the project is. Also, I want to thank Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez. She's been integral in speeding up the process with the FTA administrator. I recently wrote a letter thanking her, but I just want to thank her publicly. I've also spoken to her a lot at different times saying, please, Loretta, can you talk to the FTA administrator? Can we please get this work done quickly? And that's part of the reason why we are today. And also I want to thank our staff here and also our staff at OCTA. They've done a lot of work to get this project to where it is, including, I hope this vote this vote here will be unanimous, but we had a very significant vote at OCTA, which was a 14-2 vote. And when you see all the different folks that are on that board and what they represent, trying to get a majority of them to vote for a project of this nature, it was a very difficult lift. And that occurred, and now we're marching towards the next date, which again is the 9th of February, where I believe that we're going to take a very significant step and actually let out a contract to hire a project manager, and it's just huge. So with that, let me again thank the general public and everybody that's been associated with this project, and please ask those in favor to say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for that, everybody. Now let's have, I think we have another...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please go ahead.
75B's up.
Yes.
And I'm going to have to recuse myself. I received a donation from a resident, not from the businessman, but from a resident that lives within the area. So I
okay.
recuse myself.
So with that, let me bring this forward at this time and ask Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications?
I have not received any.
Let me open up the public hearing. Do we have any members of the audience that wish to address us on this item? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
No, I have not received
Okay. So that, and seeing no one, let me close the public hearing and bring it to council for consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those,
Mr.
yes,
Mayor,
please go ahead.
I will be an abstention on this, just because I was informed today by the clerk that I can participate, but out of an abundance of caution, and because I haven't been following this item, I will not be voting tonight.
All right. So those that can vote, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So you have four yes votes. So with
Mayor,
that,
council members, normally when we have a public hearing on a resolution of condemnation, it requires
You
a
need five?
supermajority vote.
so let's. I move that we continue the item to the
Second.
next meeting. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. So with that, I'm going to be in Sacramento tomorrow morning, and so I'm going to leave at this time and turn things over to Mayor Pro Tem Vince Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I believe we have some work study sessions, and the first one is the police patrol deployment study, so I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. While I'm trying to get set up here, just to let you know, last year in May of 2014, the department entered into an agreement with the University of North Texas to conduct a staffing study for us to make an assessment of our patrol staffing and whether or not it was sufficient for the purposes that we wanted to accomplish with the amount of people we had. So, in contracting with the University of North Texas, I met with by phone with Dr. Eric Fritsch, who you'll hear in a few minutes. He's going to basically co-present this with me and do the front half of it briefly, talking about an overview briefly of the the methodology used to arrive at the staffing numbers that you'll see a little bit later in the study. And I think it's important to note that it was by design that we went outside to an academic because while I feel we have a lot of qualified people at the police department, and we certainly do, having somebody who's independent of the department and the city and who's also an academic, a expert, if you will, in this particular field was important to us. we thought we would get a better product at the end with that. I don't know if Dr. Fritsch can hear me right now, but we're supposed to have him here present.
can.
You can hear us, Dr. Fritsch?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so with that, you have the council's full attention, and I'm going to turn it over to you right now.
Great. Well, good evening. Thank you for having me. Kind of what I want to do this evening with you is provide you an overview of the patrol staffing assessment that we conducted for Santa Ana Police Department. And really kind of two main objectives with this is that Commander Revere is going to go through the numbers, and you're going to see the results of that. And I want you to get comfortable with and have some confidence in the methodology that was used. So I'll talk about that, and also about the research team and who was involved in this project. So the first slide, the one that talks about research team experience and the methodology utilized, the idea behind this part of the study was to I really identify the patrol staffing levels needed in Santa Ana PD to provide the level of police service desired in your community. And so what I want to talk about first is a little bit about our experience in this area. University of North Texas, I'm a professor there. I'm chair of the Department of Criminal Justice. I've been there now for 19 years. And police staffing is an area that I've been involved with now for about 15 years. And I've conducted several comprehensive staffing assessments for police agencies really throughout the country. But what you're going to hear about today is something that is referred to as MAP. It's the Model for the Allocation of Patrol Personnel. It's a validated patrol allocation model that I built that is really the only one that's been built since the early 1990s. And that culminated in a book I wrote on police patrol allocation deployment, and over the past 5 years worked with well over 50 police agencies, most of them city agencies just like you, also some sheriff's departments, and then also some on the international level with the Turkish Gendarmerie and the Norwegian National Police. And I say that because, again, you got to have, right now you're just talking to some guy on the phone from Texas, so you got to have some confidence in the product that I produce and what you see in the report and what you'll hear from Commander Revere. And I just want to let you know that I have an awful lot of experience in this area, and I don't use the term expert very often in my field, but I am an expert in police staffing, and I've done an awful lot of it. And what separates me, I think, also from what you may see with others is that I come at it from an academic perspective. I mean, and the bottom line is I'm a researcher, and so everything that I do has a methodological rigor and is validated. And taught graduate research methods for 15 years, written a research methods book with McGraw-Hill, and I understand police research, cutting-edge police methodology, and so that's kind of where I come from, and the experience that me as the leader of the team at UNT has in producing these types of studies. Because you're going to have to make tough decisions on the staffing you want within your police agency, and so I want you to be comfortable with who I am, but also within the methodology that is utilized. And so, I've gotten to know, I have not been in Santa Ana, but I've gotten to know the agency through data and reports and through phone conferences and email exchanges with the command staff. And then I always tie that to any kind of nationally recognized best practices and contemporary staffing standards. And so on the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the methodology that is used in the MAP. The model that I built, when I built it several years ago, the idea was to try to build something that could accurately determine the number of officers that a city needs by inputting about 35 different variables. And what I discovered in the search for what does patrol do is patrol really hasn't changed that much in the past 60 years. We come up with new terms, community policing or intelligence-led policing or whatever, predictive policing is now common in your area of the country. But really what the core responsibility of patrol is really the same with responding to calls for service. They perform self-initiated activities, traffic stops, community policing, directed patrol activity, hotspots, etc. We take into, and then there's certain core performance objectives that we require of patrol, and we always have, and those are response time. We want them to respond quickly to calls for service, in particular, priority one, important calls for service. We need them to be geographically dispersed throughout our community so that at least someone is immediately available to respond to an emergency, and then we want to see them. We want them to be visible in the community. And so the model that we use and that I built and validated takes all those things into account. What you'll hear people talk about usually is a workload assessment, and so this model builds into it a workload assessment. So we look at calls for service. We'll look at the service time that it takes to handle those calls for service. We look at self-initiated time. We look at administrative time. And then we look at the leave rate. And that's all data that I received from Santa Ana PD personnel for the calendar year 2013. And so that's all hard data. And really that's just basically simple math is all that amounts to. What becomes more challenging and why this model is unique that I use is because it becomes substantially more complex when we start looking at how do you determine how many officers you need in order to hit a response time of, and fill in the blank, of 5 minutes. How many officers do you need in order to have one officer immediately available to respond to a call for service 95% of the time? In order to meet these visibility standards, how many officers you need? Those are much more complex mathematical calculations that have to be taken into account, and the model does that as well. So the model is designed to provide a comprehensive overview of patrol and take into account everything all the tasks and functions and responsibilities that we put on our patrol officers. And so the last slide that I have kind of tells you kind of the steps in the process for how I do what I do once I have the data. Is the first thing we want to do is we want to build what I always refer to as a base map. So I want to build a model that is basically a mathematical replication of your patrol division. Because when you model stuff, you want to model to a known factor. And so what we know is how many patrol officers you had in 2013. So if I can build a model that puts into 30 different variables all these input values, and it will give me the same number that matches the number of patrol officers you had on patrol in 2013, then it's valid. And we refer to that from a methodology standpoint as concurrent validity. And so that's the first step. And so I got the data from Santa Ana PD, got the policy decisions made on what kind of response times do you want, et cetera, fed those into the model and validated the model. Then the next step of this is and what you'll hear Commander Revere with the results is that what are the deficiencies that you're facing within Santa Ana PD? And really what I've identified is the deficiencies based upon, the experience that I've had in doing, well over 50 of these studies and based upon contemporary staffing standards and national best practices in policing are a few things. You don't have enough self-initiated time for your patrol officers, and usually that occurs when staffing is challenged, is that self-initiated time isn't as prevalent, and so you don't get as many traffic stops, you don't get as much time for community policing activities, for targeting hotspots, et cetera. And that's evident in the data that I received. The other thing is that your response times are insufficient, and especially with priority one response times, they're a little bit high. Sitting around 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes in some cases. They need to be around 5 minutes would be my recommendation. And then really the administrative time is a little bit of an issue, but not too much. And then the other major issue is immediate availability. About 2/3 of the time you have an officer right now immediately available to respond to a priority call. So if a priority call comes in, 2 out of 3 times somebody's available, 1 out of 3 times they're not. That's low in today's standards, so that needs to be around 95% of the time. And so what happens with the modeling process is that second stage is that I push your response time to 5 minutes, I increase your self-initiated time to 1/4 of the shift, I move your immediate availability from 1/3 of the time to 95% of the time, And then since the model had concurrent validity, it also has predictive validity. It could tell me exactly how many patrol officers you need in order to meet those new standards. And so that's what we did. We also did it by district. And so basically the aggregated amount from the district gives you the total you need for patrol overall in Santa Ana PD, but then you break it down by district as well. That was a quick overview, but any questions I can answer?
Thank you, Dr. Fritsch, and I know that you're probably staying awake with us over there in North Texas, I believe.
It's 11:23 on my.
It's 11:23, so now I don't feel so tired now, even though it's 9:23 out here. So, in any event, let me see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Councilwoman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. I sit on the Public Safety Committee. Since we haven't, I won't say that I don't sit there because I probably will participate in another meeting since we are not making any changes yet to the next meeting. But I sat on that committee, and this presentation was before us, and I just want to thank you, Dr. Fritsch, for really your insight and your expertise. I really felt that the study was excellent, and I think it's really going to move us in a new direction. I did have a question for you, and I'm not going to go into what I asked the last time because I had a lot of questions. I'm just going to go into one just for the purposes of the audience here and folks that are at home. In regards to the patrolling and how you focused on districts, in those areas, did you see certain areas in the districts where there was more calls for service than others, and possibly some of our priority areas that we would put more emphasis in officers in those patrol districts versus others that are light for calls of service?
Overall, your workload distribution by district is pretty good. Priority 1 calls for service range from a low of 489 in 2013, 489 calls for service in District 3 to a high of 645 in District 4. That's not a bad distribution.
Correct. And I just asked that.
Pretty good consistency on priority 2s and some variability on priority 3s, but usually districts, and I don't know when's the last time you redistrict, but usually districts are based upon workload distribution, and I don't see any major issues with that.
Dr. I just asked that question because a lot of times a lot of our residents say that there's more calls for service in certain districts versus others, and why do we have officers in that area when we need more officers in a different area? And it's quite obvious based on your research that it is well balanced, and the way we're distributing our officers, we're moving in the right direction. We just need a few more. I think it's 47 more to 44 to fulfill the need. And so I just wanted to thank you for presenting. I know it's fairly late. I'm not sure if my colleagues have any comments. I just wanted to thank you for providing this study to us.
Certainly.
Any further comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to staff.
Thank you, Dr. Fritsch.
Thank you.
So I have a PowerPoint here that I'm going to show as well, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I can answer questions as we go along. As Dr. Fritsch talked about just a minute ago, he taught me what methodological rigor means. I had no idea. I'd never heard that word.
By the way, I know that we were in a council committee the other day, and we were listening to somebody or conversing with somebody. What state was he at, Jeb?
He was in Canada.
Okay, not even. He was in a foreign country, and we had his image. So maybe what we do next time is we do some. What is that?
Skype?
We do some Skyping or whatever else we can do. It's always nice to have a face, and maybe he didn't want us to see him at 11:23 at night, but I don't know. Maybe that was intentional on our part. But if we can, it's always a good thing to see a face with a voice.
I'm glad I'm not Skyping at 11:30. So yeah, the doctor told us all about the methodology and the validation behind the model that he's developed. And so what I'll talk to you about now is some of the decision points that were made by the senior management at the police department, and talk a little bit about how we arrived at the number that we ended up, that Councilwoman Martinez discussed earlier. So real quick, this is a little bit of a reiteration, but we entered the agreement with the University of North Texas to answer a fundamental question. And the question is, how many patrol officers do we need to adequately police the city of Santa Ana? Our goal was to analytically and objectively find out what that number meant and determine a patrol staffing level that supported the city's strategic plan, specifically Goal 1, community safety. We talk in the strategic plan about being committed to a high level of public safety and working in partnership with the community to maintain a safe and secure city. We also go on to talk in the, the strategic plan about monitoring and reporting key performance goals. So as the doctor said, we used data from 2013 to build the model. And then the senior management team at the police department got together and had to come up with decision points on those 30 points that the doctor discussed and make some determinations about what they thought in their professional opinions were legitimate, defensible, reasonable numbers to come up with. So as the doctor said earlier, talking about a response to a priority 1 call, which is an emergency, where we would normally go with lights and sirens there. What did the senior management team feel was an acceptable number, a reasonable number to arrive at there? And as the doctor said, his suggestion was, based on his experience, to use 5 minutes. And so in that case, we went along with his suggestion, as I'll show you here in a little bit. So again, the policy decisions weren't made in a vacuum of just us here at Santa Ana. Although we are a unique community, we have our own unique needs. We also did look at what other agencies were doing and what the best practices are out there, not only in California, but throughout the United States. And then also married that with what are our community policing goals? How fast do we want to arrive at a priority 1 call, or how fast do we want to arrive at a priority 3 call? Other factors such as how often do we want you to stand on the corner of a major intersection and have to wait till you see a black and white police vehicle come by, because it's our belief, and it's my belief as well, that contributes to the feeling of safety that members of the community have when they see a police vehicle drive by, that very often they feel a little bit safer when they're out there on the street. Now, if it's a residential neighborhood and you see 10 police cars come by in 10 minutes, maybe that doesn't apply, but in general, on your main thoroughfares, that'd be the case. Part of the decision process also, and just to enlighten the council, is currently we make use of backfill using detectives and officers who work in administrative non-patrol assignments, have them come out once a month to work in patrol to mitigate the staffing issues that we have in patrol to bring us up to full staffing when we're out there. As part of the consideration for the study, we factored in those bodies that were coming out to work in patrol, and that ended up being 5 full-time equivalents, which we also used to arrive at that number of 44 additional bodies that we were recommending. I'll try not to dwell on the numbers too much on this slide, but if anybody has a question about it, I can stop and discuss for you. So these are some of the policy decisions that we arrived at, and these are basically what probably most people have questions about. We look at self-initiated time in minutes per officer per hour. So if you look at the amount of time that an officer has for him or her to go out and initiate a traffic stop, or do community policing, or walk a foot beat, or just go out and talk to people on the street, whatever that self-initiated activity is, what did we feel was reasonable to come to, and we came up with 15 minutes per hour. Similarly, administrative time, which is writing reports, going to the station to change out equipment, things of that nature, we gave that 10 minutes per hour. And the interesting thing about the model is one of the static factors is the amount of roadway we have here in the city. So using the model, you can apply the data, the model and the methodology to figure out how often you as a citizen would be likely to see a police vehicle come by, as I described earlier. So on our arterial roadways, which are our main thoroughfares, we decided that seeing a police vehicle once every 4 hours was acceptable. And then on residential roadways, where we're less likely to see police vehicles driving up and down your street, came up with 36 hours. So every 36 hours, you would see, on average, a police vehicle on your street. This is the next category is one that gets a lot of discussion, and for good reason, because it's one of those issues that directly affects people who are often victimized by serious crimes, is our response time for priority 1 calls. As the doctor said, we were hovering just over 7 minutes on average for our response time to priority 1 calls, and we decided that wasn't a good number. We wanted to dial that down to 5 minutes to be our average responding to those priority 1 calls. Priority 2 calls, which are slightly less important, we came up with 10 minutes, and priority 3 calls, which are generally report calls or a barking dog or something of that nature that's not necessarily a life-threatening issue, we said 35 minutes. The doctor also talked about emergency calls with at least 1 officer available, And as he said, we were only getting that about 2/3 of the time, and the ideal should be 95% of the time that we have an officer available when you call 911 to immediately respond to your call. So the number is 95% that we arrived at. Calls for service that can't be preempted. The next category refers to activities that police officers are involved out in the field where they can't leave. They might be with a victim, or they might have a prisoner that they can't release and go handle another call, so they're inextricably tied to that call for service. We wanted to keep that number of calls or number of activities to be about 33% of the activity. Administrative activities that can't be preempted, we want to set that at 15%. The obvious reason, in our opinion, was that those administrative activities can be preempted later. Generally, a report that you could write now, you could also write 4 hours from now, and going to a call for service is more important.
As we move forward with technology, and I know we're making some, some advances with technology within the police department, some approvals we recently did, will that reduce the time of preempted of regards to reporting and other things where it put officers much quicker out in the field?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I understand the question.
In the near future, so right now, the amount of time that it's taking, whether to do intake or report of that nature with technology that we're currently moving forward, is that going to reduce that time so that officers could go out to the field much quicker than you're asking here at this moment in time?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to expect that as technology develops, that we will find ways to get officers out of the station when they're doing administrative tasks quicker, and we could talk about a variety of ways, but just in general, that technology umbrella, I think it's changing. We would all agree that, what was new technology 2 years ago is now outdated. So I think we're bound to improve in that category.
So,
yes.
for example, like within our own fire department, I think one of the changes we made with the Orange County Fire Authority was, what they do differently than what we did. And I think that's probably one of the advantages and one of the reasons why we went with the Orange County Fire Authority is in the past, our own firefighters would take folks to the emergency room and actually stay there, right? So then they would be off commission, and we would lose firefighters for being out in the field. With the Orange County Fire Authority, that's not the case. They use a third party and they stay, and then the firefighters go back out in the field. And so that really helped, the city of Santa Ana as we move forward with the Orange County Fire Authority. So as we move forward as, the Santa Ana Police Department, I really believe technology is going to be the key for us to be more effective and efficient so that we can get you guys out there in the field.
Absolutely. And then lastly, the self-initiated activities that can't be preempted, we wanted to keep that number at about 50% of those activities. And the reason behind that could be several, but many times if you're on a traffic stop or some other self-initiated activity, if you're walking a footbeat, many times those activities can be left to come back and handle later. So that's why we set that number a little bit higher. This is one thing that we liked on the next slide here about the MAP model is not only did it allow management to make determinations about what they wanted the specific numbers to look like as far as the input, we were also able to assign certain levels of importance to various activities. So if you look at the top portion of the slide here, we're able to give a weight to each of these 5 categories and assign ones that we think might be a little bit more important, some greater weight. As long as we kept it at 100%. So our response time goal for priority 1 calls, again, emergency calls, we put that at the highest. We wanted that to get 35% of that weighted measure there because we think that's important, that we're able to respond quickly and safely to these calls for service for emergencies. Patrol visibility next, as I discussed earlier, the likelihood that you'd see a police vehicle driving by you at any given time set at 20%. Then our response time goal to priority 2 and priority 3 calls, because we feel those are also important, we gave those each 20%. And then officer availability for emergency, since we had set that so high at 95%, so much higher than where we're at right now, about 66%, we gave that slightly less importance, but still put it in there at 5%. On the bottom here, you'll see the supervision and deployment goals that we factored in the model. The first line is the average number of police officers supervised by a field supervisor. So that span of control concept, how many officers would be being supervised by one particular individual, we would put that at 7. So 7 officers for 1 supervisor. The time spent by supervisors as primary responders, in the model, there's other police departments that they use their sergeants to go handle calls for service and do other activities out there. In general, not always. We don't assign our sergeants and supervisors to do that in the field, mainly because we believe that their job is to supervise the officers who are out in the field, and we don't want to divert them from that activity. But there is occasion that they will go out there and answer calls for service. So we set that at 5%. And lastly on the slide, the time patrol units are staffed by 2 officers. Generally, we don't do that. There are occasions that we do that, particularly in other units like the gang unit, other parts of the department. But in patrol, generally, you see 1 person per car. So we put that at 2%. I apologize for this being small on the overhead here, but what you'll see in the top third of this chart here is basically those base map conditions that the doctor talked about that he obtained from us for 2013. So for instance, the annual number of Priority 1 calls for service, there were 2,180 that year. Priority 2 calls for service, 17,000. And then for Priority 3, about 58,000. Now in the next portion, the middle portion where you see the greens off to the side there, this is where we began to apply some of the direction from senior management. The self-initiated time per officer, as I said earlier, we wanted it to be 15 minutes. The administrative time, 10 minutes, and so on, down that green side panel right there. And the rest of the numbers that you see in the bottom part are numbers that I spoke to earlier. I could discuss them if you like, but I think I've covered them. So some of these data points here on the top portion of the slide you'll see here are static. They're not based on any decision. What's our average patrol speed for a vehicle is 16.2 miles per hour. That's how fast we drive on average. I know some people think we drive a lot faster than that, but 16.2, which is really not that surprising when you consider the density of the city and how much traffic we have. Most of the time very often we're stuck in traffic. So that seems realistic and reasonable. I talked about the weighted percentages earlier, which is still on there, and I can discuss if you like further about that. Right below that, you have the leave percentage, which is the average amount of time we have officers on training, on vacation, they're in court, they're sick, other things like that. That's another static number in there that we didn't come up with. That's just the numbers that we get every year. And then on the bottom there, that percentage of time that we staff a vehicle, a patrol car with 2 officers was 2%. So when you look at the end sum down there at the bottom, you can see what our current number of allocated patrol officers strictly in patrol is. It's 142. Based on the model that the doctor came up with and all the data and the decision points we gave him, he estimated that we would need an additional 44 officers for a grand total of 186 in patrol. So that 44 number, just to reiterate what I said earlier, was initially 39 if you take out those 5 full-time equivalents that we had from investigations and other units who come out of their assignments to work patrol every month. So to put it in perspective, that's 1 day per month that you have a detective who's not investigating robberies or burglaries or whatever it is that he or she is investigating. The recommendation is to go away from that because we didn't think it was a good long-term practice for us to do. And the doctor, in his experience, agreed with that wholeheartedly. In talking about the implementation, about where we go from here, the current funded sworn positions for the police department are 338. As of today, when I checked, we have 300 even. So we're 38 short of that number right now. And then the map modeling indicates that we need another 44 police officers just for patrol alone. I calculated the attrition rate that we had over the last 2 years, and we averaged about 17 per year. It was our estimate that that was a little bit high, that those 2 years were somewhat of an anomaly. And as we go in and we hire new employees, we hire 44 new employees. They're younger generally. They're going to be around for a lot longer. So that number will probably decline over the next few years as we hire new people. So in taking the report and looking at what the recommendation would be or what the thought process was about how we get those additional 44 officers in and what that looks like going down the road, we mapped out a 5-year estimate. And using that 5-year estimate, to achieve the goals that we identified of hiring those 44 police officers in the staffing study, we need to hire 167 officers over a 5-year period. And what that equates to is 33 new hires, give or take a few annually to arrive at that number. And just for insight, new academies at the Sheriff's Department, where we send most of our police officers, begin every other month. So we would be required about every 2 months to send 5 to 6 recruits per class. We could also mix that or lower that number somewhat with lateral police officers who obviously don't have to go to police academy. We bring them in, hire them, and they come in much quicker. So that number of 5 to 6 isn't static. It could go up or down depending on our staffing needs at any given time. So with that, that's my presentation, and if you have any questions at all for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to council and see if there are any comments or questions.
Great job.
Oh, thank you.
No, Go ahead.
No, the doctor, and just to reiterate, the doctor, very helpful, very good subject matter expert, and this was something we were acutely aware of when we got into this staffing studies, that we wanted somebody who was a subject matter expert. You know, historically, we've done staffing studies on our own, and I believe that we've done very good jobs of it, at it, but, you know, if you want a cake baked, you go get a baker, you don't get a cop. So I think, you know, in this case, you know, we wanted somebody who this is their bread and butter. They know how to do this, and we could feel confident presenting to you, the city council, the decision makers, and say, we believe this is a solid, well-reasoned recommendation.
And I want to thank staff and I want to thank the city manager for bringing this to us. I know a lot of us sometimes get, we have many questions obviously from the public on what staffing levels are, what the dynamics are of allocation and deployment and response time and calls for service. All those are very difficult, but I think if you quantify them and try to come up with a methodology, I guess, it gives us a better idea of where we are relative to our needs, and sometimes it's good to get an assessment. The problem is that sometimes these variables change over time. So, you know, as our community grows, as they shrink, as they contract, as they become, you know, younger, older, though these things are not very static. So that's the problem. We're always trying to hit a target that's moving. So, you know, but I think what it does is at least it captures something as a moment in time of where we are and maybe where we need to be. So with that, thank you for staff. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I want to thank the police department and the chief and the consultant. I do want to emphasize today that we added 10 officers through this year's budget already by the COPS grants, and we had a matching share. We added 6 through the Measure BB. We're looking at adding some more as part of the downtown enforcement plan, but we still need more officers on top of that, and that's a consideration for all of you as we move forward in the budget, and it's part of the city manager's proposed budget. I will include public safety as a priority.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And yeah, that is, I guess, a good way to summarize what we just received, is that we have a lot of very good officers. We have a great department. We're obviously seeing good results, but you know, there's room for improvement, and that's something that we're all working on very closely together. So thank you for that report.
Thank you.
I know we have one more work study session, and if I could have staff from Public Works address us on safe mobility, but if you could do a very streamlined, fairly quickly overview on that, I'd appreciate that, Fred.
Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, just to give maybe some sort of direction to our staff and what to streamline, and since I probably will be asking most of the questions, and I think what's important to highlight to my colleagues, because I know this is just input, you do have a timeline of suggested next steps. So I think going over the first couple of slides would be great, and then the consulting services and what our goals are, and then moving on to the suggested next steps. So we all know, you know, the consultant's going to, you know, it's going to focus on the enforcement, education, et cetera, So I don't think you need to go into all of that. But if you could go into the need to change mobility priorities, Safe Mobility Santa Ana plan, the shift in approach, the consultant services, and then the mobility goals, and then go into the suggested next steps.
Maybe that's a whole presentation, I don't
No,
know. Go ahead.
this is going to skip all this
I
right
know.
here.
No, thank you for that direction. Go ahead, Fred, the floor is
Because
yours.
that's really the nuts and bolts, I think, what you guys need to hear. The rest of it is really focusing on engineering and the different education and enforcement, which, at this moment in time, it's going to pass them. So the first couple slides, I think, are the best.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council. I have a few statements I'd like to make that is not in your handout. And one is with concurrence of city manager, one of my highest priority from the first day I started my tenure at the city of Santa Ana was to prepare and implement a citywide master plan which addresses collisions involving pedestrians and bicycles. The vision is to reduce fatalities involving pedestrian and bicycle to zero while maintaining fluid multimodal transportation throughout the city. We'll be operating from the context that in every situation a person may fail, but we must make sure our road system will not fail. We're going to examine the circumstances around every single bicycle and pedestrian involved accidents, take human behavior and human error into account and ask ourselves as professionals what we can do to resolve those situations. Our goal is predicated on all residents in Santa Ana should have the freedom of mobility and can demand safety. At the same time, we are committed to fulfill that premise. This program will be comprehensive, practical, and most importantly will it's customized to address issues and challenges that are specific to Santa Ana. Now I go really quickly over the report, and I take any questions you may have. As you can see, some background here. Nationally fourth in density in U.S. We are 52% of residents are under age of 30. Why is that a statistic important? Is if you look at insurance actuarial analysis, age of 30 and below are considered higher risk in terms of getting into higher speed and getting into more accident. So from our perspective, it's important to take that into consideration when we're designing our systems. 18% of the household without car, 14% of residents use public transit, all translate into a lot of people walking and using our non-motorized transportation system. Santa Ana ranked third out of 13 in highest population city in California in terms of bicycle-involved accidents, and we are fifth out of 13 in pedestrian-involved accidents, so we need improvement in this area. Three important components, equally important: engineering, education, and enforcement, triple E's. One important thing is the sentence up there that safe all-around Santa Ana mobility must be better balanced with regional mobility priorities. We have mainly concentrated on regional priorities, and we're going to concentrate on what's important for Santa Ana in terms of safety of pedestrians and bicycle users. We're putting our best experienced transportation engineers on these projects. We're going to complement that with hiring a renowned consultant who's familiar with the latest technology in this field to help us coming up with the best practices in this area. As you can see here, the yellow areas on the map shows where we had some sort of accidents involving non-motorized activities, pedestrian and bicycles. The darker areas are repeated areas of involving accidents. Our goal is to achieve zero fatal pedestrian collision, reduce vehicle speed, minimize demonstrated collision patterns. You have this that shows comparison of two intersections. Both have the same type of traffic intensity, one with much more bicycle and pedestrian count, and one is with less, and you can see that it's translate into much more collisions. So by using this, by going through the non-motorized activities and having encourage more bicycles, we're going to increase, if we don't do anything, we're going to increase the number of collisions involving those two elements. And we would concentrate to lower that to 21% on the left side. The collision for that kind of intersection is way too high to consider. A number of engineering best practices would be considered. So you can see here, I'll just go through it really fast. We would be using data, speed, volume, and collision to come up with priority levels and come up with solutions. We're going to examine every intersection and every location that is critical and shown pattern of accidents. And we will come up with 2 or 3 recommendations for each one. We'll come up with cost analysis for council to consider, and we're going to prioritize. And most importantly, we have a number of different master plans that are going on right now: circulation element, active transportation plan, capital improvement plan, pavement management plan, LED conversion. We're going to make sure that this seamlessly work with all of these other plans, so they will work together perfectly. Again, education is important element. Enforcement, we need to, police department is doing a very good job on enforcement. I think we need to improve upon that as well. Just a report came up, they went through the presentation on University of North Texas. Is added officers is required to enforce the speeds in critical areas. Strategic and focused enforcement is important. High visibility, important. I just go through that. Okay, so what's next step? We're taking all your recommendations today. We're preparing to put out an RFP to have that consultant in February 2015. We would make a update to Development and Transportation Committee in April 2015, and we are scheduled to complete our plan in June of 2015, and we'll bring it back to the council for your consideration in July of 2015, and we go from there. With that, I'm here to answer any question you may have.
Thank you, Fred. That was a great presentation. I know we have some questions with from Councilwoman Martinez and anybody else on the council who may have some questions. Councilwoman Martinez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Fred, thank you very much, and to your staff. I think we're moving in the right direction. I have sent you guys tons of information, and most recently, New York's Vision Zero annual report. And I think one thing that was clear, and our city manager had Jorge do some research as it pertains to the enforcement component. When you say that we're doing well, I think we could do being better. And when I talk about enforcement, in regards to pedestrians and cyclists, I think it's very important as we move forward with our campaigns that folks understand that if you're a pedestrian or a cyclist, you have to follow the rules of the road. So it's just not only the issue and issues that we're facing with the motorists that are in their vehicles, but also pedestrians and cyclists that are not following the rules of the road. And we, I think, have kind of like tinkered off and not really put a huge emphasis and focus on the enforcement part with folks jaywalking or really riding on the wrong side of the road. I really believe that an educational component and an enforcement component is going to be very vital, and our police department has to play a major role. And as we hire more officers and emphasis in making sure that we continue to support our police department so that they help us reduce fatalities by making sure that, one, we're providing education to our residents, and then two, as well, there are times where, it's not always the motorist's fault. it is the pedestrian as well. And so there has to be consequences on that fact too. When people are just jaywalking, I understand in arterial roads where, there's sometimes there is no mid crossings and you have to walk hundreds of feet of distance to trying to get somewhere. So the best thing for you to do is just cut through the middle of the road, and cars on Bristol, are going 40 miles an hour. The statistics say that if a car is driving at going 30 miles an hour, the likelihood of someone surviving 30 miles an hour, it's at 80%. So imagine when they're going 40, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, you're going to end up dead. And so we need to make sure that we continue to provide that awareness and education. And I'm speaking more so on the enforcement part, but also as we move forward, and you mentioned all these plans, the circulation element, the complete streets, and most importantly, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, we've talked about this a lot, about the role at the regional level and with OCTA, and really who controls the roads. We control the roads in the city of Santa Ana, and we need to make a commitment to reducing, those speeds, at the same time making a commitment to enforce, our laws, but at the OCTA level, continuing to partner with them and letting them know that, those speed limits are extremely high. I was just in Irvine the other day, and I'm always in shock when I see the speed limits in our arterials. I was in Irvine, and one of the arterials on Harvard Street was 50 miles an hour. That's just crazy, and wondering why in the city of Irvine some of the fatalities they have is with cyclists, and they end up dead, and those speeds are extremely high. And as we have, if we look at our statistics here and what we're facing, 52% of our residents are under the age of 30, but what really is really telling, the 18% of households that are without a car, and 14% of our residents are using public transit. So those two things there, it's starting to increase and has always been there, and we have to make sure that the road is for all users. And many times, I think not only just in the city of Santa Ana, but Orange County in the state of California, most of it has just been focused on the vehicle and not pedestrians and cyclists. As we move forward in this direction, I think that it's going to be very important that we have enough community outreach and input. A lot of times, besides me just cycling but walking, there's a lot of folks out there that continue to be advocates in the city, and I think it's important that we hear from our community and our youth and what direction we should be taking. And I know you guys are working with a lot of groups. I want to end just with this as well. In regards to the suggested next steps, we didn't have a Development and Transportation Committee meeting. It was postponed, and I wanted to address an issue as it pertains to our ETAC Commission, our Environmental and Transportation Committee. I mentioned this to our city manager that we're going to have to update that resolution because these folks are the environmental and transportation, and they don't have any rights to give any input to our Public Works Department, to the City Council, and they're our advisory committee who we appoint to help us with some of these transportation issues. And so I'm wanting to make sure that in the next steps that they are a part of making sure that they're able to look at the draft of the RFP going to the consultant, and really before it goes to the Development and Transportation Committee, it should be going to their committee. That's why they're our commission, right? Just certain things go to the Planning Commission before they come to the City Council. And so I know that there's something wrong. There was some kind of error or that has occurred, and I'm just wanting to make sure that we correct it so that they can give active input in this very important decisions that we're making.
If I could, thank you, Councilwoman. I did talk to you about that. I did follow up with our Public Works Director, and my understanding is that the charge of the committee is limited to trees, basically, and not transportation, even though the title is different. But before they have implementation and influence, the council would need to make the change. You can't do it the other way. So we'll bring back that and get it on an agenda for you all to look at.
Great, thank you. And those were my comments. And again, I just want to thank our staff, for putting this together, and Fred for your efforts. I know we'll be meeting with you about active transportation and some of the grants. And I myself, too, will be in Sacramento on Friday. We'll be meeting with our lobbyists and seeing how we can, get moving with some of the active transportation projects that you brought forward, and that we can have good applications so we can bring the money home.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments? Councilwoman Omesco?
Just a quick recommendation with respect to the Officer Reggie program in the schools. I know a lot of principals have kind of died because of instructional minutes, concern over instructional minutes being taken away. So I was thinking maybe if we can reach out to our school board members and partner with them and see if we can bring that back to more schools, and not only include the children but the parents as well, because I think some of them need that education as well. And one other thing, I have a question for you. Have we identified any specific intersections that are critically in need of, let's take a look and see how we can make them safer now, immediately?
Yeah, there are two areas that I can mention is Main and First Street, and a couple of other areas that you have in your handout with the dark areas. Those have higher incidence of accidents, and obviously when we prioritize how we're going to approach the repairs and recommendation to move that, those would be on
as a priority.
Higher priorities. And so
I just because I always drive down that street, and I always see people just crossing, and we have a cross guard in the morning, but not at any other times. Main and Walnut just seems to be really bad. It's something that I think we should look at, now. And another thing that Councilmember Reyna said, well, maybe we should just send this to the next PRAY committee so that they have it. So when we meet with the school district, we have a joint meeting coming up. They have this as well, and maybe we can work together to help with the education piece of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Seeing none. No, great presentation. I think everybody, obviously made good points. It's funny, on my way to closed session today, one of the reasons why I was late was because there was a collision literally in front of my house, and one of the vehicles that was struck ended up on my lawn. So, I live on a main arterial. We know that we have a dense city. People are trying to get from one place to another. It was peak traffic time, but my street is very heavily traveled by and walked by children. We have Remington Elementary School on one end, Garfield just right up the road. And so, this happens a lot. And as we introduce, a streetcar system, we have buses, we have bicycles, we have cars, we have pedestrians. It's a very complex circulation system that we have here. So, and the fact that we have many of our residents who are monolingual Spanish speakers makes it even more difficult, because when we talk about signage, when we talk about education and messaging, look, we have a large segment of our population that may not be able to read those signs well, to the extent maybe we can make those maybe not in writing but symbolic, and maybe you use symbols where it can be read by anybody, whether it's a child, whether it's an adult, whether it's somebody who speaks Spanish, Vietnamese, English. To that extent, I mean, that would be a great help. But thank you for that great presentation, Fred.
Thank you.
And now we'll move along to the public comment section of the meeting. This is a time and place for the public to address the City Council on matters not within our subject matter jurisdiction that are not on the agenda. I would ask that no speaker cards will be accepted after the public comment section begins. If you haven't already done so, please give your form to the clerk of the council or one of her staff members. So I'll begin with the first speaker card, Jerry Davis. Is Jerry in the audience? Welcome, and you have the floor, Mr. Davis.
How do you do? Thank you very much for the time to speak with you, Mayor Pro Temp and City Council.
Thanks.
What I'm having put in front of you right now is the measure on BB, the 1,000-foot the feet restriction, or if you will, the buffer. I've been trying to get meetings together. We've been sending emails to the City Council. I've met with the Preservation Department, the Planning Department, one of the associates in the City Attorney's Office, as well as the City Mayor. They have good screeners because I can't get to them. So I thought, might as well come out here on Tuesday and sit down and listen. And I've come up with one thing: you folks are compassionate and reasonable. What I wanted to show you on the map is a property that on December 9th, when I came to the meeting on BB with the initiative of the 1,000-foot buffer, my building met the criteria. On December 17th, when I picked up the revised map, shows that I'm outside of the buffer by 56 feet. Now, what I'm trying to get across here is possibly a variance allowance here, due to the fact that I didn't even know the homes were there on another city of Fountain Valley. They sit basically 20 feet below the riverbed. So there's like a 18, 19-foot fence that they have to overcome. They have to go through the Santa Ana riverbed, over Harbor Boulevard, which, by the way, Ms. Martinez, you're right. It's 45 miles an hour down there. Anybody trying to cross that, and they have a 4-foot barrier separating the north and the south roads. Once, if in fact you do cross that path, you have to go down another 12-foot embankment where you're met with a 18-foot fence that has the razor wire surrounding the entire building, or lot I should say, with an electronic gate. Then you can get to my property that I'm looking to hopefully get an allowance to go ahead and submit for, well, which I've already submitted for the eligibility.
Mr. Davis, your time is up, but what I would
it
suggest...
is. I didn't even see that. Sorry.
The clock is running. I guess I should have mentioned.
something.
I should have mentioned
I've
for
only
everybody to
been
come
there
up when
5
that red
hours.
light goes off. But look, I think we got the gist of your message. So if maybe somebody from staff, before you leave, can maybe approach you, and Robert Cortez, who's sitting in the audience, can go ahead and schedule something with you. But hopefully they'll be able to address your questions that you have. And thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Well, I was told that you guys were the ones that make it.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Tim Hutchin, followed by Terrence Winger.
Right there, to your left. To your left, sir. To your left.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. Tim Houchin, if you don't remember, from Roundtable. Tonight we're here to oppose the check-in center that you have planned for the homeless, and it's based on 3 points. First of all, we intend to preserve the rights of the many philanthropic and faith-based groups that bring food, clothing, and blankets to the homeless at Civic Center. Also, we are here to point out the obvious failure in current policy of the city in dealing with the homeless problem that has now escalated to a homeless crisis under the current policies. Also, to complain of the lack of participation that has failed to include the homeless community in decisions and policymaking procedures in the check-in center, surrounding the check-in center, excuse me. Now, not much needs to be said about the many churches and other groups that bring food and other items to us that we need, except for thank you for them and their kindness and caring and generosity. Their faith and continued support is a blessing to us. What city has the right to tell a Catholic, a Baptist, a Presbyterian, or even a Muslim who he can feed, when he can feed them, and where? And isn't cooperation of feeding just another polite way of saying regulation of feeding? I'd like to say that any attempt to regulate food, the serving of food by a city, will be met with fierce opposition, and the rights of individuals to freely express their religious beliefs is protected by the U.S. Constitution, and their right to do so will be upheld. Now, the city's current homeless policy is clearly dictated by the Public Safety Committee, and this was demonstrated in the recent policies regarding to the check-in center. Now, the city needs to focus more on a solution evolved from a community development perspective with less emphasis on law enforcement. At a time when the state legislature is considering a homeless bill of rights and federal laws indicated in the Hearth Act seek to decriminalize homelessness, Santa Ana seems to be moving in the opposite direction. Law enforcement may be an effective tool for managing the homeless problem, but it offers no hope of solving the problem. It only serves to perpetuate it. We oppose the current check-in center plan because we were not allowed to participate in the process of planning it. If you remember last year, we spoke with many of you individually and at several council meetings, and you promised us that we would have a seat at the table, quoted, and that we would be allowed to participate in the process.
Mr. Hutchin, if you could wrap up.
Okay. Anyway, we recommend that the cities revise the current project to include participation of the homeless before moving forward with the implementation of the check-in center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchin. Terrence Wingo.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Pastor Terrence Wingo. I am a minister out here in Santa Ana. I've been out here for 20 years with the homeless. And I was just reading some material that they plan to regulate through one person all of the ministry efforts in Santa Ana. And I just wanted to go on record that I don't think that reasonable people would think that's an excellent idea. You know, love should be a free will offering. You know, not one person can understand the needs of everybody, but everybody should have a part to play in helping somebody else. And even when I look at the Bible, not even Jesus dictated all of the philanthropic or the ministry for everybody. You know, and so I think that is also a good way of taking a look at a reasonable solution of how to go forward. So my encouragement, you know, should you decide to accept it, is, you know, I oppose this situation where one person dictates everybody else. I don't think that can be reasonably, you know, everybody can be on the same page with that. And I don't think one person can or should be able to dictate everything in this situation. You know, I think people should be able to be led freely to do good things for somebody else, and that's the way it should go. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your words, Pastor. Sharon Barjijashat. I know I'm mispronouncing that, but Sharon. The floor is yours, sir. Followed by Armando Olvera and Heidi Garcia.
Thank you for letting me speak, and I'm going to try to make it in 3 minutes, but I just wrote a little speech, and it's very personal because it is personal, and I think I'm representing a few restaurant owners, I mean, in a city that have been struggling, I mean, to open doors, and we don't see any end in sight. To make long story short, I mean, I've been trying to open my restaurant on Main Street, corner of 3rd, I mean, for almost a year now. I did everything by the book. I didn't use any connection, any favoritism. I just did everything by the book. And I keep harassed and tossed around by this inspector. And
can you move closer to the mic so we can hear you better?
I've been tossed around and kicked around, I mean, by different inspectors. I mean, every time someone else is coming in, there's complete disconnect and inconsistency with what the previous inspector, I mean, was done before. And as of today, I mean, after 4 weeks of trying to get a final inspection done, we got another comment, another silly comment about bathroom sign. But long story short, it's just, it seemed difficult and impossible, I mean, for a private owner, I mean, to open a restaurant in a city. Mind you, it was a restaurant before for many years. I mean, this building is 100 years old. I'm just trying to beautify it and open doors. I just don't understand why is it so difficult, why City of Santa Ana so notoriously, I mean, make it difficult for private owner to open a restaurant in a city. I've been a resident in a city, I'm a chef, I'm not a restaurateur, I just want to cook, I just want to do my thing, just want to cook and make a business in a city. I've been living here since 2009, and it just seemed impossible to open doors, and I just don't get any straight answer. All I get is little clerks behind the counter telling me this and that, and just don't see an end in sight. I did everything by the book for 1 year. Until today, I cannot open doors, and I need to get some answers.
Well, sir, our planning director is sitting down. Vince, do you mind just taking a moment? Mr. Fregosa, who's sitting right there, maybe he can go back in the lobby with you, and maybe you can have a chance to speak and maybe set up a meeting sometime to discuss this. But thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Armando Olvera, followed by Heidi Garcia.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Armando Olvera, and I am the Minister for Showers of Blessings. I currently hold a trailer that I bring every Saturday down to the Civic Center and provide showers for the homeless. At no cost to the city have I asked for any funds, but yet we still provide showers. Right now, we're on the verge of trying to bring in some portable toilets, so portable those toilets at no cost to the city. Yet, I come across this paperwork here where somebody wants to make money off of the same kind of products that the Lord has provided. I believe that if there's an opportunity to be given to one of the ministries out here that serve the people from the heart, to serve God, to provide the funds, to provide the food, the donations, it should be given to one of the ministries out here that is not looking forward to make money, but is looking forward to better the lives of the people out there on the street, to put them back in society and help them out in any way at no cost to the city. This is what we do. This is what God has assigned us to do down here. And I've been down here for 5 years, and I can't believe somebody had the audacity to put something like this together to be able to spend $200,000 on some lockers. When people are out there donating trailers, we could convert. I got a 45-foot trailer that just got donated, and we're looking forward to making it to a medical dental facility for the people down here at no cost to the city. So I'm just here representing the people and helping them in any way that we can without you guys trying to spend money and putting it somewhere where it doesn't belong. We should use the money that is available to either get a shelter or better the lives of the people down here and get medical attention for those that need medical help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olvera. Heidi Garcia, followed by Smitty.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Garcia, and I just the Bible says to give honor where honor is due, and seeing that you guys are part of the Council of Santa Ana, I want to say thank you for all that you do, and I think it's a wonderful thing, and that it's no coincidence that you have been chosen by God to be part of this leadership. So I am just here to represent the homeless, which I have a really big heart for. Excuse me. And the Bible says that we are the body, and some of the homeless are believers. God loves us all, but there has been suffering going on, and it's been going on for a long time here in the city. And the Bible says that we are the body of Christ, and if one suffers, that all the members suffer with them. So we're suffering with them as well. I am not homeless, but I still suffer with them because they are my brothers and sisters. And it also says that when they are honored, that we also as a body rejoice with them. And the reason I'm here is because, as crazy it may be sound to the unbeliever, is that I have a warning from God. And the warning is that his people have been suffering. And since you're a part of the leadership, I have come here to tell you that God is upset. He is upset. And his word says to defend the poor and the fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy, deliver the poor and needy. So as I'm sitting here, and I've been sitting here since 5:30, I've listened to large quantities, amounts of money that are going everywhere. Everywhere. The city of Santa Ana is being beautified, and it's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing. But when will the homeless be helped? And when will someone answer the cry of the homeless? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. If we can have Smitty followed by Hector Figueroa.
Good night. No. Okay. How you doing, everybody? Okay. I'm here tonight to voice my disapproval of the so-called check-in storage center. And the reasons that have been stated previously are good in themselves. But there's a couple of reasons that everyone seemed to have overlooked. Now, I've heard mentioned that Santa Ana is unique, and it is. It's diverse and multicultural. But nobody's applied that to the homeless. Nobody's ever talked about the homeless that have mental health problems or the substance abuse, physical handicaps. None of these issues are in this proposal, yet we're supposed to believe that they're going to be taken care of by a group that has never done it before. There's another issue that hasn't been brought up, the surrounding neighborhoods and businesses. When the homeless are forced out of the city of Civic Center, which they will be, they're going to go to the communities. They're going to go to these homeless associations. They're going to do what they do. They're going to, well, anyway, you've got the picture. Unless you address the issue of them personally, you're just creating another problem somewhere else. And I'm losing my voice, so I'm cut this short. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hector Figueroa, followed by Breezy May.
I want to thank you for being here tonight. I'd say good night, not good evening, because it's kind of late already. Been sitting there for about more than 4 hours, and I thank you for sitting there also for those 4 hours. And my name is Hector Figueroa. I come from Showers of Blessing, but we also have another ministry that's opening up on First Street called Reach for Jesus First, because we're on First Street. And we've also been out there in the holidays. We don't stay home in the holidays. We go out and feed the homeless and dress them and clothe them. And one thing that I saw here in this thing that they put out is that we're wasting resources. We're not wasting resources. It's not the city's resources. It comes out of our pockets. It's not, we're not asking the city for any money, or we're not asking anybody else for money. It comes from our churches. We come out here to volunteer, to give whatever we can, even when myself is in need. I have kids that live in the living room, but you know what? I know what it is to be in need. And when I look at these poor people that are out on the street, I know that they're just not out here to cause problems, and we don't want to cause problems either for the city. We want to be a help to the city, and that's what we're trying to do here for the city, is to be able to feed the homeless when they don't have nobody to feed the homeless. Because if it wasn't for the churches that come out here and other people that volunteer to come out here, what would they be doing? Would they be going into other places to rip off food or money or whatever they can do? And I'm sure there's some of them that will do that. But because we're out here to do a good thing, That's what we're doing for them. And we would just like to see also the city just help us out on whatever they can. And we're not asking for money. We're just asking for your support. And I believe that what they're saying here, and I heard from the homeless, they're saying, you know what, if they build this storage place, it doesn't mean that we're going to go there. And I don't know if you guys have heard that, but I have heard that a lot. So you might just spend your money for something that the homeless don't want. So we're just looking that we could be able to feed them, clothe them, and whatever else that we can give out, we will do that. So we're just asking for your support and whatever you can do for us, and it's not money. We're just asking for your support to be able to feed them and be able not to be harassed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Breezy May, followed by Barbara Lemire and Brenda Magana.
Hi, Council, City Manager, City Attorney, ladies. We all talked before, and I met with some of you, and some of you have seen me out there. Now, you heard all these people talk about the food and stuff. I didn't come to talk about the food. I'm not going to ask, I'm going to demand, because that's what the people are asking me to do. They go, Mama, it's time you demand. It's time you speak out for us. Well, I am. I got my family is out there. That's my family. Those homeless people, I adopted them. They're my sons and daughters. They're drug dealers, they're drug addicts, they're alcoholics, whatever you want to call them. But those are my family. I took them as my own. They're dying out there, and I know you people know that they're dying. Either from drugs, from the cold, from pneumonia, because the police go and give them tickets and say, hey, it's time to get up and you got to keep going. 10:30 at night, 1:30 in the morning, it's raining or it's cold, they're dying. Quit giving us tickets for sleeping. Quit wasting money on that. The bathrooms, I've been asking you guys to leave them open. A man died out here in the state building. He caught pneumonia for being in the rain and not having a blanket. That could have been your brother, your husband, your cousin, or your father. I'm somebody's mother. I'm somebody's grandmother. I adopt you guys too. Whether you like it or not, you're my family too. But guess what? Don't you think it's time the police quit giving tickets to us? We're not causing trouble. And the storage, when is it abandoned if a person has too much? You know where we have too much? Because twice a week you guys come and pick up our belongings. Give us 1 week. Don't turn the yellow light on, please. You come twice a week. Come Mondays and Thursdays. If we start with this little bit, we have 1 week to get blankets, clothes, and whatever else we need, documents. I have people dying of AIDS, leukemia. Their stuff has been belonged, they're picked up. They're going to the truck. They go like this, it's going to go like this. Every time you guys pick up the stuff, it's getting bigger and bigger. It's not that we want to get it bigger, it's because you guys are picking it up. Please, listen. Ask the police to quit giving us tickets until we get a permanent shelter. I know you guys are trying to work with us. I don't think you hate us, maybe you do. But let's hope that none of you or any of your family members come up there, because you're going to be dying like I am. I'm dying slowly. Not from anything medical. I'm dying from my heart to see people that I know that are dying. Young kids, old people, and this is really breaking my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Lemire, followed by Brenda Magana.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, all the survivors here tonight. We've been talking a lot about safety, and I have to say, our lights are on in our park. And we can thank your Park and Rec City of Santa General Maintenance Division. They've done an excellent job, and they even improved them. We're just waiting for the trees to be trimmed, and it does equal safety. It's very important. Why we have to go through hoops here to get it done, I don't understand. There should be a more direct way to get it done. One of my neighbors even worked on Centennial, and he had all the lights fixed there. They were out. So let's take care of our city. Our parks are important. Our kids are important. We want to get out and enjoy the fresh air, the dogs, whatever, to get out there. Let's take care of it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for all you do. Ralph Dominguez, followed by Desiree Gutierrez. I'm sorry, did I skip Brenda Magana? Is Brenda here? No. Ralph Dominguez. Desiree, you're next. You're next. If Ralph isn't here, you're up, and Moises Vasquez, if he's here, follows him.
Hi. My name is Desiree. I'm the Equipment and Uniforms Manager. I was elected in June 2014 to be on the 2015 Board of Directors for Southwest Little League Santa Ana, Inc., DBA Southwest Baseball Pony. But unfortunately, with some turn of events, my son now has to travel to the northwest end of Santa Ana to play a sport he loves. Not only my son, but just a little over 100 others from the Southwest Baseball program at Memorial Park. Within one season, we were able to turn the park around, the program around for the better of the community. But unfortunately, now it's been given to a group of people with no authority, and were never elected for our nonprofit organization. The packets that you've been handed out has a timeline in the front, along with all of our documentation that we've ever submitted to the Santa Ana, City of Santa Ana Parks and Rec as well. Just wanted to ask a quick question. How would you feel if another group of 6 acted as councilmen with you knowing that they were never elected and running your city? Because that's what happened to us. Who is the person or team that verifies the requested documents submitted with the Exhibit C field allocation application? What part of our documents did they not understand? If our documents were incorrect, were we going to be told by Parks and Rec ever? Aren't they there to guide us through your procedures? Will this question ever be answered? Who do we really go to for questions and how procedures work? We've tried to reach out to you with no contact back. We submitted our application with all the documentation, verified. Then an imposter board posing as us, Southwest, they started taking registration and taking money from the community. Whomever verified our documents are either not qualified or for the position or need to be thoroughly trained to read our clear black and white text. Organizations with all the proper documentation that are structured to be service to the youth and the community, they shouldn't be pushed off to the side or ignored as we have. I ask that you put yourself in our shoes. How would you feel if something you worked hard for and ran legitimately was just taken away with no explanation, no authority, no election? Again, the packets that was handed out have a timeline, what our program has been through. It starts with when we actually held the election for the 2015 board.
Desiree, can you wrap up?
Sure.
The light's red.
If you could just really pay attention and look at our documentation, we are a nonprofit organization. We have everything. The imposter board, they have all the invalid documentation. Please verify their paperwork alongside with ours. They're using our paperwork. They took our names off of our paperwork.
Thank you for your comments. Moises Vasquez,
Thank you.
please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Moises Vasquez. Basically, I'm here again. I'm also part of the 2015 board for Southwest Little League at Memorial Park. One thing I just want to do and mention, this was just an injustice for our community, our kids. I do want to let you know, and I'm open book here, I'm not a citizen of Santa Ana, but my son is. I live in San Gabriel, actually in the city of El Monte. I travel every day here to this city to support my son and the community. Now, I'm forced, and my son is forced, to travel to the northwest side of Santa Ana. It's an injustice, not only for my son, but for the community, because they belong there. My son is only a block away from that park. I met with Mr. Cavazos a couple of months ago. Nothing with Mr. Gerardo Moet never occurred, and I'm being honest. Nothing. So what is going on here? You know, we as a community, we have a voice. At least I think we do, and I believe we do. But something has to happen here, because all our paperwork that's presented to you belongs to the community. But something has to happen, because now we're forced out of our park, out of our community, and it's just an injustice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Robert Toglin. Ralph, come on up. I didn't see you come up.
Good evening, Councilman. I'm the actual acting president of Southwest Little League. Our corporation organization, Southwest Little League Incorporated, has complied to all the rules and maintained a good standing on our account with Parks and Rec. You know, the city itself doesn't have any contracts with any types of affiliation, and that includes Little League. Okay, and we have the email, and the packet it has the email that from Mr. Cavazos, where it clearly states that Southwest Little League was the actual organization that has been there for actually decades, 60 years to be on record. Okay, that's the corporation, the organization that I was put in place by the community to run. Okay, all of a sudden, okay, because you know, obviously we decide to change our affiliation, not the organization, not the corporation, strictly the affiliation of where we're gonna play. What happens? Okay, some undermining led by certain people, okay, the imposter board, people sitting up here on this table, okay, basically swipe everything away from us. All the hard work that we've done for the whole year, swiped away from us, okay? Like I said before, it shouldn't matter the affiliation. What should matter is what organization that the city is working for. You know, the city, I mean, we sat in a Parks and Rec, you know, what is it, the parade committee, whatever we said, okay? Sal, you even stated, what did you state? You would not have your kid play for Southeast Little League. You stated that, okay? But yet, you guys were quick to put that same board in charge of Memorial Park. That same board is right there at Memorial Park. So what you're saying to me is that my kid isn't as good as your kid. That's what you're saying. Because it's okay, your kid can play there, but yeah, my kid's not, you know, my kid's, you know, bottom toe. You know, he could play for Southeast. My kid's too good for this. I'm going to take him and go play in San Pedro. That's wrong, Sal. That's just wrong. It's plainly wrong. You're supporting something that you know has a checkered past. You even stated it in the parade committee. You're not supporting us, the people that were there, that were truly elected by the community to run that park, You just said, hey, you know what? Hey, let's hand it to somebody else. That's what you did. You know, and I'm just going to end it on this. You claim that there's an issue that we filed with our paperwork, but in reality, as stated in your policies and procedures, Section F, Number 1, Phase 3, Field Allocation Permit, sports organizations that have been granted a field allocation permit as of January 1st, 2009, will have the opportunity to maintain that permit status as long as the league remains in good standing and in compliance.
Thank you, Mr.
So you have
Dominguez.
faithfully, just one more sentence, please.
Sure.
Okay. So you have us, a truthful organization in good standing, and we are the returners. So why didn't we get the opportunity to renew our field permit?
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Robert Taglin. I'm sorry, council member.
I'm not going to make a comment right now because it's not appropriate. However, I do recommend that you guys sit in for my comments at the end because I can address some of the things that you're talking about.
Thank you, Councilmember Tinajero. Mr. Tegelin, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento.
Close enough.
I'm sorry?
Close enough.
I'm sorry. And City and Santa Ana City Council. I'm trying to bring a very important topic that people scared to talk about. But thousands of people suffering from that. Injustice and corruption. The taxpayer money going to wasting and to benefit people who don't deserve this money. 18,000 only in Orange County disabled, taking away their money by Orange County Regional Center. I will give you one example. This is a big topic. I have only a few minutes. After me will come my son, dear son, and he will tell additional. But I would say that hundreds of millions taxpayer money could belong and given to disabled are profiting Orange County Regional Center. An example with my son. They took innocent son, innocent Asperger's syndrome. They put him in isolation. They make him junkie. They put him on drugs. He has to sleep day and night because they're making money on him. They're making money, these people, on hundreds of thousands of people. 5,000, for 5 years, 5,000 complaints came to DDS in Sacramento. They supporting this. I don't want to even say it's not a human being. I wanted to say that I don't know how to bring this topic because a lot good people working in their own agency, like I would say social services. Social services knows about them and they cover up it. Another agency who's supposed to take care of it, they don't want even talk about. People scared. My family is persecuted.
Mr. Tegelin, if you could wrap up, the light is red.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Ilya Tegelin?
My father's, I'm Robert Tegelin. Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. This is Robert Tegelin, brother of Nate Tegelin, my brother, who is currently placed at the Santa Ana Group Home, where he was forcefully removed from the home against his will, and for a second time kidnapped from the home on false accusations, which were later dropped by the court. And he has been placed in the group home for over 1 year, where he has been over-medicated to the extent that he has seizures on a daily basis. The abusers at the group home, they have choked him on a daily basis. And he's been locked in the home for over 1 year. And he is not allowed, no visitors are allowed to see him except other than the family. And it's only from 3 o'clock to 4 p.m. And he is not allowed to go to the doctor. And when he has severe seizures, they refuse to bring him to the emergency room. And he has been in a life-threatening condition where he has had seizures and he has fallen unconscious, and they refuse to bring him. And when my father does call the emergency room, when he is notified of the seizures, they lie and say they called the emergency room. They do not want to bring him to the emergency room on this few occasions that he is brought there. The tests that have been conducted of him have been concealed. His blood samples have been concealed. My father has been forcefully removed by the staff and by the security at the emergency room, and as a result of many drugs, it's affected. He has seizures and extrapyramidal symptoms on a daily basis, and he has given no rights at all. And whenever it has been brought that the illegal invasion of the home was a violation of the Constitution, of illegal searches and seizures, as well as kidnapping, which is a federal and state crime. Not only the police officers have gone not only on guilty, they have also been promoted. And my brother is currently continued to be choked and continued to be abused, and whenever he's reported to the social services, they continue to cover it up. And $50,000 a month are being used. He's used as a money machine to make money off of my brother. And whenever it's mentioned that it's illegal, they say you can take him, but you can't rely on the fact that they are completely lawless. So it's a matter of his life.
Mr. Tegelin, if you could wrap up, and before you leave, your father has been before us many, many times, and the stories he tells and the description he gives us of the conditions that your brother is in is just pretty horrifying. And I know he's met with our staff, but I wanted to see if Mr. City Manager, somebody from our staff could do something. My wife works for an advocacy agency. It's a nonprofit called Disability Rights California. Unfortunately, her office is in Cerritos, and she deals with the patients' rights and the office that your father was referring to. There's a disability rights that used to be over at the Dale McIntosh Center, but now is in Tustin on Irvine and Yorba. If somebody from staff could just look that up and maybe provide the Tegelins a number, they do work without a fee, and maybe there's a way that they could provide you some relief and some at least direction and some ability to advocate on behalf of your brother. Ready? Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Ron Gonzalez, followed by Madeline Spencer.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Ron Gonzalez.
Good to see you, Ron. It's been a while.
It's been a while. I'm a member of the board of Relámpago del Cielo, which is Santa Ana's renowned nonprofit folklorical program. On behalf of Relámpago, we'd like to invite the community and you to its annual Academy concert called Where the Roots Remain Strong. It's a dance presentation of various regions of Mexico featuring more than 250 dancers and musicians. They'll be accompanied by Mariachi Espectacular de Veto Jimenez. Relámpago has touched the lives of thousands in Santa Ana and Orange County in its 40-year history, and will celebrate its 40th anniversary with several community events and a gala concert in mid-2016. The upcoming concert takes place Saturday, January 24th at 7 p.m., and it'll be at Santa Ana High School's Bill Medley Theater. Tickets are $16 a person, and information is available at Relámpago's website. Many thanks, and we hope you'll be able to attend.
Thank you, Ron. It's great to see you. We're glad that you're still around. We miss you. I think I can speak on behalf of all of us, but we're glad you're connected to a great organization like Relámpago. Good. Keep us posted. Thank you, Ron. Madeline Spencer, followed by Donald Dillon.
Good evening, City Council and staff. It's almost 11 o'clock right now. I think you guys are doing a really good job of making it so that the public that was coming stops coming to speak. We've had multiple people leave tonight, but I just came up to tell you guys Happy New Year.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Donald Dillon.
Mayor, what's it, Vincent, and City Council. My name is Donald Dillon. I'm one of the homeless out there that sleeps out in your Civic Center. Tonight, I was told by Santa Ana PD to vacate the pagoda, which is a Chinese monument, which is a state park, I guess, or city park. Or we'd be given tickets for camping. There's like 10 people that stay in that pagoda, and I mean, we've been in there for going on 10 days now. All right, and I've kept that place clean. I've kept it clean outside, inside, whichever. All right, I pick up the trash myself. All right, I make sure that everybody that goes in there doesn't do drugs and stuff like that. All right, I've got now all of a sudden tonight, I got Santa Ana PD coming up to me, pulling up with their lights on, and telling everybody in there that they have to vacate their premises or they will be given tickets. All right, I've seen people out on. I've got friends that are out there right now. All right, and that have been out there for a while. I've been out there for 2 years. All right, I've seen people die. All right, I've had friends that died. I'm dying. All right, every day that I'm out there, I'm dying because it's cold. All right, there's not very many blankets. All right, the food's good. All right, people, we got friends and family. Everybody out there is a family member to everybody. All we're looking for is your help. Help us. Be part of our community. Don't be against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. That was our last speaker, so I'll go ahead and bring it back for the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, member of City Council. I have two very brief items. One is good news for the public and for the council. After 6 months of revenue and expenses, we have a surplus of $4.6 million. So I wanted to emphasize that. We also had a very successful smoke alarm distribution campaign, and 125 free smoke alarms were provided to our community. And the chief is here, but he pointed something out to me that I really want to emphasize. He's never been to a fire where someone has died with a working smoke alarm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Those are very wise comments. Let me bring it back to the council. I'll start to my left. Council Member Amezcua.
No comments in the interest of time. Good night.
Great. Short and brief. Council Member Reyna.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be as brief, but Happy New Year to everybody. Hopefully they brought it in with a safe environment with some friends and loved ones. As always, we live in a drought, so please conserve wherever you're able to do so. I had an opportunity to participate in a kickoff for American Cancer Society Relay for Life. The event's going to be held at Santa Ana, April 18th and 19th at the college. We put a team together for Team Santa Ana. Anyone that's interested in joining, creating your own team or joining our team, you're definitely welcome to get involved. Unfortunately, cancer doesn't necessarily select who they want to attack. This is something that just transcends every line that's out there and something that the whole community can get behind, so I encourage you to do so. Just got back this past weekend from a 3-day conference with Youth in Government. We took 20 kids up to Fresno for some training, getting ready to go to Sacramento next month for a 5-day conference, where our young people actually take over the entire Capitol. They debate on the Senate and Assembly chambers. They even kick the governor out of his office and take the governor's office. At the end of the day today, when you go home, you get in that car, and you put that seatbelt on, that law originated from this program. That law actually originated from the students of Santa Ana, which is absolutely incredible. It's just a testament to what our future can look like. Let's see, technology. I know we're moving in the direction of technology. I would love to see some type of Skyping or the newest version of that, whether you know it or not, believe it or not, we have a chalkboard in our back room when we talk. We don't really use it, but the chalkboard's still there. Just we're a little behind when it comes to technology, so that would be great if we caught up to that. Not sure what direction to go in this, but I'm a firm believer that no good decision, and granted we're not making any decisions past 10 o'clock today, but no good decision can come by at that late in the evening. It's a long day for everybody. At that point of the day, people have other thoughts in their mind, and they may not be 100% focused on what's at hand. So I'm not sure how to direct staff to figure out what we could do on that when we were in the school district. We did have a 10 o'clock curfew where at that point we'd had to evaluate whether we wanted to move forward or not, and I think that's a direction that we should move into. Almost my last one. Last year I had asked staff to take a look at our business process and fees, and asked for them to come on back to see how we measured up with the rest of the community, the rest of the county, and how we might be able to streamline that without really affecting our services. And I haven't received anything yet, so please put it back on your radar and provide me with that as soon as you possibly can. Valentine's is coming on up, so like always, please shop in Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was giving them a hard time. I was like, we haven't had a meeting since December 16. Come on. Yeah, you guys had a vacation. I certainly only get 3.5 hours of sleep, and so I am a little exhausted. And I do want to start my comments by saying Happy New Year. You know, I'm still a little disturbed. We had an ordinance that's going to come before us on the decorum and rules of engagement here for the city council. The city manager hasn't brought that back up. The mayor has changed public comments back to the very end of the meeting. And look, I want that ordinance to come back to this city council to take action, because prior to that, this council took a motion years ago to put public comment at the very beginning. And I just think that it's wrong. I think we need to meet some middle ground. It's 11 p.m. We have a duty and responsibility, our staff and this mayor and council, to be up here. But our residents deserve to speak in a timely fashion to address the issues that they have concerns over here with this body. And so it's my hope that my colleagues will support to bring this ordinance back and bring back some middle ground of how we can address public comment and making sure we're hearing from the public. A lot of folks left because it is fairly late, and I just think that we need to move in a new direction, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. City Manager, to bring that back forward. Thank you. Next, have my permanent absentee ballot. We have a very special election coming up on January 26th for the 1st Supervisor District. If you're an absentee ballot, please place your ballot in the mail. I got a stamp today. I'm going to do that when I get home and put this in the mail. It's very important for us to go out and vote in any election, and especially special elections. I don't care who you vote for. It's just important that you come out and vote and exercise your right to vote. As we celebrated Martin Luther King Day yesterday and 50 years of the Voting Rights Act, and you know, many of you have been to the movies and probably seen the movie Selma, that recognizes that not too long ago, people were dying and getting beat up for the right to exercise to vote. Not too long ago, women were ineligible to vote, and sometimes we take this for granted. And here we live in this country, and we're giving we have the freedom to cast a vote, and we choose not to. And so I just want to continue to encourage our residents to exercise your right and go and vote. So don't forget to vote for the special election for the 1st Supervisor District on January 27th. Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome my new commissioners. Today, if you saw on the agenda, 5 new commissioners. I want to thank them for stepping up to the plate. I also want to thank my commissioners that have served for the past 6-7 years for me for their service. And I'm going to ask our clerk if we can please bring them. I think many of them deserve a tile. They serve quite a long period of time. They great folks, and just want to thank them. But I just really felt that we needed new leadership. As I end my 4 years here in the Santa Ana City Council, I always believe about paying it forward. And I think this is an opportunity to bring new people to our commissioners, to be commissioners who may have an interest in running for office and want to know what government's about. And so I'm very fortunate that I have some great people that stepped up to the plate, and I'm very hopeful that they may get a little spark and have some interest in wanting to run for office here in the city. Next, I would just also would like to make a comment as it pertains to, as we talked about parks and park rangers. I'm training for 50-mile the tour of Palm Springs. I do it every year, 50 miles on February 14th. So I'm training with the Vice Mayor of Southgate, Jorge Morales. So I went out there and I was on the LA River Trail, and I was able to see, even in the city of Southgate, they have a dog park. And here in the city of Santa Ana, with all the registration and licenses that we have, and I know we lack park space, but when you take out your dogs, people are still going out there, kids and families are still participating. And I want to encourage our Parks and Rec Director, our parade committee. I brought this issue up in the past to look at a possible way where we can, bring a dog park. It doesn't mean it's going to be less space for our residents, because I think many of our residents and community want to bring their dogs to a dog park where they have an opportunity to play and their kids can play around the park. And we haven't been able to do so. Cities around Orange County have dog parks, and Santa Ana still not there. And I think we have an opportunity to move in that direction. I recently got a dog, but I returned him back. I didn't last a month. His name was Maxwell. He was an adorable dog. And unfortunately, because of my schedule and having meetings, I just felt bad that he was crying. He's such a, just great, affectionate, loving dog. But besides the point, I still believe that we need a dog park in the city of Santa Ana. I just thought it was very odd when I was in Southgate. I was like, Southgate has a dog park and Santa Ana does not. So we need to move in that direction. I think many of the residents support that here in the city. Lastly, just want to end with some recent propaganda that came out, I think it was Sunday night and delivered Monday, on MLK Day. And, I certainly had a press release that came out denouncing that kind of racist behavior here in, we are in Orange County here in Santa Ana, and I want to thank our police department for taking swift action and moving forward and putting an investigation out that we don't tolerate that kind of behavior. I personally don't. And, in a special moment in time as we celebrate Martin Luther King, which was yesterday, it was very disheartening to see that kind of information was put out in our community, because we're such a diverse community, and I'm not sure what kind of message they were trying to really send, because Santa Ana is very diverse. We don't support, that kind of hate. And I just hope as we move forward as this council, there are a lot of issues that are going to rise up as it pertains to social equity and social justice and race that sometimes we tend to not want to discuss because they're sensitive issues. But here in this community, time and time again, many members of our community have come up here talking about social justice and social equity, and in particular, I want to mention the homeless, and I want to thank these advocates that have come out here wanting to continue for us to keep it at a top priority level for us. And I have to tell you that our city manager did give us an update. I know he gave me an update today of a potential site that they're going to be looking at to see if it's feasible. Mr. City Manager, I would like to encourage you to please reach out to the roundtable to get their input as we move closer to making a decision and what the next steps are. I think they're very vital in playing a role in making sure that we do this right. And I just want all you folks to know out there that if you still want to continue to have dialogue with us, you have ideas, please continue to reach out to us. We're not ignoring you. We understand that there's an issue. I understand at the state level there's a couple bills that are coming out wanting to support homeless and bringing transportation and housing to the forefront to help the homeless community. And so we're with you in solidarity. So know that we may not always address this issue with you guys all the time, and you're coming here constantly. We're supportive of you and we want to help out. So please continue to have dialogue with us, not just here at the council meeting, but reach out if you want us to come out to your roundtables, you want to come to City Hall and have some discussions on some of the issues that are occurring. Please don't hesitate to contact me, and I think my colleagues are open as well. And with that, again, don't forget to vote on January 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Tinajero.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. First and foremost, good, Happy New Year. All right. I just wanted to, I'm glad you guys stuck around, those folks that call themselves Southwest. First and foremost, my son, Vincent, who's 12, did not run for office. I ran for office. He has nothing to do with your issue. To bring him up, I think, is a bit disingenuous. My son played at Fountain Valley Pony when he was 4 because he wasn't allowed to play in Little League when he was 4. They wouldn't allow him until he was 5. He played one season T-ball and came back over here and has represented the city of Santa Ana for 8 straight years as an all-star. He was on the All-American team. As far as I know, the only kid in Santa Ana who's been in an All-American team. Therefore, in order to continue to build him on his success, I have to put him in a place where he's going to compete against the top-notch competition in our country. So to bring him up is disingenuous when you know he pitched against your team and shut him out in 5 straight innings. So he's played Santa Ana ball. He represents Santa Ana. When he was at the All-American Games, the first thing he said when they interviewed him is, "I did this for my city, and I'm hoping that in the future more kids come." He has nothing to do with your issue. So I really appreciate if you would keep him out of it. I can't stop you. You brought him up in your comments when you came up here. Please don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. You stated that. You said that I think my kid is better than your kid. I never said that, and nor do I believe that. That's a separate issue. What is true, though, is that I want to let you guys know, Northwest Little League, who had been around for quite some time, about 3 years ago, approached the staff and approached city council members and said, "We are tired of Little League. We want to go to Pony." I thought that was a great thing for the city because it gives everybody a choice. And I said to them, in order for you to do that, you have to do a lot of different things. You have to get your ducks in a row. You have to fill out the proper paperwork. You have to obtain a charter. You have to get signatures from people in your neighborhood. They went out there and had community meetings at the park with the residents of that area to let them know that there was a possibility that there were going to be Southwest Pony, which would increase their numbers, which was going to have an impact on that neighborhood. They worked with the city and the city council and met with members of the city council for a full year. When they resigned from Little League, they already had someone at the park turning in their paperwork for Pony. This is how organized they were. And the whole time we knew that what they were doing. When Little League tried to fight them, because they had followed procedure, there was no argument. They couldn't fight them. And so that's what they did. Southwest Little League has been around for 60 years. We have data that you turned in a letter saying that you do not want to be affiliated with Little League anymore. Basically, according to Little League, that was a resignation letter. The minute that you resign from Little League has the right to form their board. If you have, please don't interrupt me. If you have Northwest Little League that spent a whole year doing everything right to become Santa Ana Pony, I don't understand what makes someone think that after 60 years you can just decide, I'm not going to be a part of your league and therefore I'm going to do whatever I want. There's a procedure that goes along with everything. What I know is that I have a booster club for my team. When they filed a 501c3, they ask you, what is this going to be used for? And they said, to provide for students to go to speech tournaments. It's tied into us. It's tied into our name. You can call your organization, your 501c3, whatever you want. You can call it the Santa Ana Winds, but it's still attached to that entity, which is Fullerton Speech. You can't just decide as a group that you're no longer going to be a part of that group and walk away with all the money and the gear. That gear, when you filed for that 501c3, was under that umbrella of Little League. So anyhow, but that's one issue. That's one issue. The other issue is, that's not our issue. That's something that you have to deal with them. But the other issue is this, and this is the one that really bothered me, is that you had banners all over the city that said you were Southwest Pony, and when we contacted Pony, they said you did not have a charter. And therefore, we were concerned because you didn't have a charter, but you did not have a charter, nor did you have fields, yet you were taking people's money and signing them up for a league that did not exist in the city. And please don't, I listen to you, please be respectful. And so you came up here and made all these claims, but what I'm saying is that what you have is Southwest Little League followed the procedure. You resigned from that Little League. They followed the procedure and they filed the proper paperwork. I was vocal at the Prairie Committee because there is a member of their board that I think, in my opinion, ran a poor league at Southeast. However, that board he's just one member of that board, and they filed the proper paperwork. So I just don't like the tactics that have been used. I don't like the fact that kids have been signed up to a league that doesn't exist. At the end of the day, as I talk to people around the city who have their kids in the sport of baseball, those that wanted to stay with Little League stayed with Little League. Those that wanted to go Pony went to Pony. And they're happy for the decisions that they made. So I just wanted to be very clear about transparency, about procedure, and then the fact that we had to have our city attorney send a letter to your organization asking you to cease and desist on signing kids up for a league that didn't exist. So with that, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And that brings it back to me. I guess I have the final word, but I know I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Martinez in a few minutes because we're going to adjourn in the memory of Frankie Oviedo. I simply wanted to thank the public for coming out and making comments, and our staff for having the stamina to join us, and my colleagues for being up here as well. I think, look, we sign up for these late nights, and I think I can go another couple of hours. So, but we won't, thank God. So, Happy New Year to everybody. I just want to make a quick plug and repeat what Councilwoman Martinez said. There's a special election this Tuesday. What concerns me about that isn't so much who you vote for nor supporting one candidate or another, but in our midterm election in November, we had one of the lowest turnouts on record. And so our city that relies on representation both at the state, federal, and county level, we miss out on a lot of opportunities and resources when we don't look at the ballot and we don't make ourselves available to vote. So please go out there and cast your ballot if you're able to, because what it does, it may not be for you, but it may be for students, it may be for children, it may be for families, it may be for homeless issues, it may be for a number of different things, infrastructure, public safety, whatever you're interested in. All these votes matter because they put people in office who are using their discretion to deliberate on whether or not Santa Ana should receive resources or not. So I urge you to please take a moment on Tuesday, January 27th, to go out and vote. It is going to be for the Orange County Board of Supervisors seat District 1, and that directly impacts the city of Santa Ana. We're the anchor city in that district, so if I can urge you any stronger, I certainly will. But with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Councilwoman Martinez, who's going to adjourn us in memory of Frankie Oviedo. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman Sarmiento, and it's with great sadness that I'm doing this today, and paying tribute to Frank Oviedo, who passed away on Sunday. So Frank, born and raised in the city of Santa Ana, brother was a Santa Ana PD, Hank, and so a lot of roots here in the city. I first met Frank in 1993, 94, when I was playing basketball at Valley High School, where he was a security guard for the Santa Ana Five School District. And I ended up attending Santa Ana Valley my sophomore and partial of my junior year, playing basketball there. And there was times where I was late because I lived all the way on the other side of Santa Ana Valley, which I lived near Santa Ana High School, and I had to travel on the other side of town walking or taking the bus. And so I was late quite a couple of times, but you know, what everyone could say about Frankie, he cared about young people, he cared about anyone, and what he would do was he would see that I would be coming, and he would come and open the door for me. The gate, so that I wouldn't have to go through the front and get myself in trouble again. And, he always said, hey, next time, be on time, but he always had my back. He knew that I was going to be successful, and when I got elected to the city council, he was always the first one. Let me go put some signs up for you, Michelle. We're very proud of you. And, frankly, it's certainly going to be missed. I want to send my condolences to his family, to Veronica, who worked at Santa Ana High School, and how they first met. It was fantastic that they got married, and I knew his wife from Santa Ana High School. And, Frank was just an amazing human being and touched a lot of people's lives, and you certainly can see that on Facebook and people paying tribute to him and paying tribute to him tonight. And so I have 4 certificates that I will be giving to the family. And just want to thank my colleagues for allowing me here today to pay tribute to Frank Oviedo and the legacy that he had in the city of Santa Ana. And just want to thank him for all his coaching abilities and what he did for many students at Santa Ana Valley during the football season and basketball season. Just a big heart. Just a guy had a heart of gold. And he certainly will be missed, but not forgotten. We love you, Frankie, and good night.
Thank you. We are adjourned.